Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Uh, I think there's a non-zero possibility that when we talked about uh, 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 Virgil the villain last week,
We
I don't
might have
know.
caused something to happen.
I don't know if Addy
It's a
Shankar is out
possibility.
there clicking play or not. I generally assume not, but um, he tweeted out this week, "I'm on Team Mundus. Mundus was
Yeah,
a
he
misunderstood visionary."
he was he was going off about how Virgil
Virgil,
is not shackled by the non-heroism of being a father, and in fact leaving your wife and kids to pursue power is the real heroic journey.
and I think the follow up to that discourse is like, okay, guys, but hey, giant hook. Here's the fucking Mundus, right? What's the bit? He only wanted to reunite humanity with their true overlords. He was the real victim here, trying to save us from ourselves with some cosmic tough love. Yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
lol, it was all a troll all along. It was trolling all along. Oh man.
I don't believe that for a second. That seems like everyone's like, oh, that's obviously bait, right? That's big bait time.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like it as somebody who says stupid shit all the time and then goes on
For
to
money.
double down when it turns out that people don't like the stupid thing that you said. So people go, ah, it's a joke. It's joking. He was joking the whole time, guys. Ah, you got trolled.
JK.
He's not stupid.
Well,
Pat wouldn't have said a dumb thing.
yeah. Well, so that's the bit is that like the Mundus discussion is obviously over the top and pushed to the limit, but the Virgil discussion is not. That's a real topic that people have and they are going back and forth on. So anyway, I was only
Only a
pretending.
true
Yes.
anti-hero would just nut and run.
I mean, I don't think he had to run. I think he just tricked out of there. No cleanup.
Oh, 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 that's terrible. That's
Voomp.
terrible.
Oh shit. Has my volume decreased? Hmm.
Not mine. I can hear you just fine,
Yeah.
which is the weird part, actually.
Hmm. Maxed out over here.
You're
Okay.
maxed out?
On at least the OBS side, but I think I know what might be part of the issue.
He's maxed out.
Yeah. Um. I think a knob might have gotten turned somewhere, or a little something like that.
It's possible. Do we take a break or do I just shoot the shit while you do this?
Um. Yeah. 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 Let me take a quick break. 1 second.
Take a second.
Okay. How's that sound, folks? I think that should be
What's
okay.
the deal with live audio broadcasting? Is it always a total pain? Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. Woo. It is. It
Yep.
rules. It
Okay.
rules how it's live. I'm a huge fan of that.
Fantastic. So, anyways, yes. Excellent, grade A, triple S, quadruple S tier trolling, even. Um, I could, who could have seen it coming? Not me. Yeah. What's going on? How's your week?
Let's see. I played a lot of Metaphor, is what I did. That's what I did.
Oh,
I was
I,
I was playing Metaphor.
I heard that you became a mortal man.
You know what? Let's just go there first. So I've been playing UFO 50 or UFO 50, however you want to pronounce it.
UFO 50.
UFO.
Yes. Ufogo.
Um,
Ufogo.
and we hit the point where I was playing UFO 50, where I started to play. I think it's game 7, maybe game 8. Mortal.
Oh, you got to go with the names. Yeah.
Mortal.
That's the one.
And so I really liked Ninpek, the side-scrolling little ninja game.
That thing was fucking hard.
It's really hard.
It's
that's a NES game.
It's
man.
it's Sansan. It's what if Sansan stepped on your balls even harder?
I think what do you call it? I think Ninpek's pretty good, but and I loved Barbuda. I got really far in Barbuda. Yeah,
Barbuda scratches that like Zelda 2 kind of feeling a little bit.
It's got shit in there.
But man,
Barbuda,
it's slow and fucking plotting though.
Okay, so Barbuda is like Zelda 2 Metroidvania, and you are slow as fuck, but there's stuff there in Barbuda. But fuck all that. Mortal is a game that if it had 3 times as many levels, you could buy that for $25 on Steam. Mortal is like legitimate, like one of the best like 8-bit era games I have ever played. And it is awesome.
If I played that as a kid too, I would be so sad and scared of the concept as well. Like every time you have to go blow yourself up and just die, like it's horrifying.
There is so much going on with Mortal. So you explained it a couple weeks ago, but I will explain it again. Mortal, you get a certain amount of lives, and the only thing you can do is kill yourself.
Yep.
By either torpedoing, blowing yourself up, or making your guy into a little block.
But you better do it for progress.
And over the course of I think it's 8 levels. Is it 8 levels? 1, 2, 3.
I didn't get through all of them.
9 levels.
There's a list. Yeah, there's a list. Yeah.
They go through a shocking variety of cool gameplay mechanics. I have never seen a game do water pipe mechanics better than this 8-bit throwback game about killing yourself.
It's wild that like the difference in tone between like say something like a Helldivers where it's like sacrifice yourself for super democracy, right?
Yeah.
But there's that little bit of like, well, if you're a really, really good soldier, you don't have to die. You can just be really good, you know? And here it's like, no, this is the plan. Go make go open up that block the only way we can. And
did you beat Mortal?
I didn't beat Mortal. But like even the way that some of those enemies, like the little crawlers, are walking, and you try to jump over them, and they auto correct underneath you to move in your direction, so that you can't jump over them. It's like absolutely no platforming allowed. Die if you want to make it past this thing.
So I beat Mortal.
Okay, nice.
I sat down to play UFO 50. And it became instead a full stream of Mortal, because Mortal gets pretty tough.
Yeah, it does.
And the reason why Mortal gets pretty tough is that the amount of lives you bring into each level is the amount of lives you ended the last level on. So I was running into a situation where I entered into level 3 with like 5 lives, and you can't beat level 3 with 5 lives. So you go back and redo old levels better, so that you can carry more lives forward.
Awesome.
And there's so many things. Like, first of all, it's an incredible puzzle game that feels good, looks good. The soundtrack is awesome. But it also has a bunch of cute little
boop, boop,
It has a bunch of
boo-doo-doo-doo.
cute little things that happen that really elevate it. So first of all, the game has one song.
Yeah.
It is just like an old-fashioned NES game. There is one song, and it is really good. It is very
Boop,
catchy, and
boop, 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 boop,
it's great.
boo-doo-doo-doo.
But when you
Die.
start a new type of stage, right? If you start a new type of stage, you'll hear like a completely unique jingle to start the stage, and you're like, "Oh, is this a new track?" No, it just immediately goes back to the same song you've been hearing for like hours.
Because this is early in the console's life cycle, and they have not figured out how to get complex with the audio yet.
And so it goes from like, hey, do you understand Mortal? Do you understand platforms? Do you understand water? Do you understand fire and tree mechanics? And it's all going in all like cool ass places. And then you get to the final batch of levels in which you can't use your ship anymore. The final 2 levels, there's no ship. You're doing it from doorways.
So
when you die, you have a guy come out of a doorway. They can't float down the screen and bullshit anything.
You can't parachute in. Okay.
Yeah. And the last 2 levels have no music at all.
Yeah, okay.
They are dead silent, and they are creepy as a result.
So there's a lack of music in a bunch of the early games, right? Barbuta is completely silent, it feels.
Barbuta is like almost entirely silent, and it really makes you feel the Barbuta.
Yeah, no, it does. You did, yes. It elicits the Barbuta-ness of it. And what was the other one? I want to say Alien Hunter or something like that.
Yeah, Alien Hunter.
Yeah, Bug Hunter.
I hate that game.
Oh, I loved it. Oh, I
hate it.
Bug Hunter was so fun, dude. The strategy.
Bug Hunter. Oh,
it was also
mostly
silent.
It's just Into the Breach, though.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
I thought Paint Race was all right.
Paint Race, I didn't dig that much. It was all right. But it was.
I didn't dig it, but I saw what it was doing. I'm like, it's all right.
It's Snake with extra steps. You know, is basically.
I forget the name of it, but that Magic Girl one that's like Pac-Man.
Oh, I didn't play it.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's not my thing, but also it's quite good.
So Mortal, right, which is like sounds like your standout so far.
Yeah, I'm going chronological. So Mortal is like the first one that I'm beating the Mortal. I'm beating Mortal.
So you have not seen Mortal 2.
So there's something UFO 50 has maybe the funniest interaction I've ever had with someone in chat. Like in my heart, not like, haha, I'd watch that and it's so funny. But when I'm playing it and I'm having trouble with a certain part, and someone in the chat says, you know, Mortal 2 is a lot easier to start for beginners. And I went, is that true? And apparently, yes, Mortal 2 is easier to learn for beginners. And it's like, this is... Mortal 2 is actually just right over there.
Yeah.
Just a couple of rows down.
Okay, so in the like classic game sense, I think I get what they mean, because you'll pick a character and start dealing with enemies and progressing a bit faster, but it's still more challenging with some of the other things it asks you to do. So like, because you can do more, the game style changes and you kill more things, so it feels as if it's easier, but it's not that direct a comparison, you know?
They're direct sequels.
They are, but it's like Mortal 2 is much more like Legend of Kage than it is Mortal.
I cannot believe that there are direct sequels.
Yeah.
To games on UFO. Like that takes the so UFO 50 insane. Is like I am 7 games in. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. I am 6 games in. Oh, actually, I played the last the one afterwards, which I forget what Krillager or something. It's like it's Downwell but up. Made by the Downwell people.
No, I didn't see that one. They took the Mortal feedback to heart.
It is like an early contender for like Valgress. I played Valgress. That's it. Thank you, someone.
What a real sounding game name.
This is like a game of the year contender. Easy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And you're yeah. Because these are all rock solid.
Real
even the ones
games.
I hate.
Yep.
The ones I hate are still rock solid.
And this is like not even going through all 50, you know? It's just they're solid as fuck when you spend
6. No, I'm 7 of 50.
So wait. You bounced off of Bug Hunter, but you liked Avianos.
Which one's Avianos?
Did you play Avianos?
No, I'm going chronological, man.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I mean, that's. There's some wild shit up ahead for sure.
There's some RPGs in there. Apparently,
there's I've been told about a full ass cowboy Final Fantasy that's just sitting there.
Bro, incredible.
I think though, like when you play like the fucking Nimpec, it's like this does not expect you to sit here and hit your head against it, you know.
Well, you're wrong. It does expect that.
I feel like Nimpec is like a check this arcade game out, isn't it bullshit? All right, now move on.
No, these are all real, and you know how I know that? Because I beat Mortal, and I got to see what's at the end of Mortal. Do you know what you unlock when you beat Mortal?
What?
You unlock the code, which I now forget, but I could just look up. That you can type into the terminal, the hidden terminal inside UFO 50, to activate Mortal's bonus mode.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to hazard a guess what Mortal's bonus mode is?
More levels?
No, it's the same. It's the whole game with 150 lives.
Okay.
You started level 1 and you have to go through the whole fucking thing in 150, which I think is the minimum amount.
Yeah,
I think that is the perfect amount.
So Mortal 2 is 100 lives, one big stage go. You know? I beat a couple of them, and yeah, I think some of them just gave like extra secret levels upon completion and some other things.
I might want to go back and beat Barbuda.
But yeah, that could be done with time overall. But I was just like, yo, a Ninpec, I sat with Ninpec for like, I did a couple runs. I gave it a real, you know, and I was like, this thing is like the perfect run of Ninpec is like super frustrating. It is.
Ninpec is brutal.
Yeah. So
Ninpec is mean as fuck.
So I think I guess the thought I have is like, if you were trying to hit the credits of each game before moving on to the next one, Ninpec would give you a very bad time, and perhaps
some of those are good. Like, no one's good at all those genres.
No,
so something's gonna stop you.
You would ruin your experience if you didn't stop and just move on to the next.
No, because I hit 4 of them that I was like, I played like 2 levels. I'm like, no. The 3 that I spent the 4 that I spent the most time with are Barbuda, Valgris, Mortal, and Ninpec.
Now, when I was a kid with a 250 5-in-1 cartridge, I did just jump around and hit random games.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and watch that snail at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, my dad got me a pirate Nintendo cartridge, and it had 100 games on it, or 50 games or whatever. And I remember scrolling down and just grabbing Urban Champions. Let's try this out. Oh, this sucks.
Or like 50 versions of fucking Balloon Fight that are all just weirdly hacked and not like broken in different ways.
Cool though.
Do you remember cool. Wild Ball? Did you ever have Wild Ball on yours?
I did not play Wild Ball, no.
Wild Ball is rock paper scissors, but every time you win, a digital pixel of the girl's clothes disappears and flashes away.
Oh, that's wild.
Oh man, you're having a ball.
Oh, that's great.
And then when it's down to like the last 2, just like the bikini, then like the stars in the sky fade away. And then the next win, the moon fades away. And you're like holding the controller like, oh, fuck you, game!
Come on. Come on.
Well, more like frick you, and then look around and hope that, you know,
hope that
God doesn't see that you're playing Wild Ball. God. Absolute bullshit. Yeah.
But yeah, no, UFO 50 is fucking A+, incredible. Total steal. It's a steal. Hold on. UFO 50. It's 3250, but it's 50, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's some great shit that I want to talk to you about, like when you get to it further
30
down the
divided
list.
by
So
50. That can't be correct. Is that 60 cents a game? That's crazy.
um and what's fun too is that you could be in the mood to just play UFO 50 and pop it in
Yeah.
and try some shit, or to load up the one you want, Mortal or something specific, and
Yes.
be like, yeah, more of that.
More
So
Mortal.
just poke at it. Uh,
I could blow like a full weekend on Mortal if I wanted to beat that 150 lives version.
so I never played much of Spelunky, but like,
Spelunky is Barbuda.
I assume that like,
No, La Mulana is Barbuda. Sorry.
yes, okay, right.
Spelunky is vicious. I have played a good deal of Spelunky 2, and Spelunky 2 is the only
That
pure roguelike I have ever played.
I just feel like the name like Spelunky has been popping off in like ever since like the first Humble bundles. It's been just an indie game I've heard about forever, and like yeah, I never really touched much of it. But if it's been around this long, I assume it's got to be pretty fun.
Spelunky is really good. It is vicious. It is absolutely vicious. The only way you learn anything is by instantly dying.
And does it change every time you start?
Yes.
Okay.
Like Binding of Isaac, but with no unlocks, and it's much meaner than Isaac.
Is the term roguelike getting weirdly elitely gate kept in some way that it's like
it's always been that. You don't play enough of them to have entered into the discourse.
If you boot up the game and the level changes, can we just like
No. That is ignorant.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That is ignorant.
I'm sorry. Rogue Legacy was the first.
What is Baldur's Gate just Diablo? The same fucking texture shit. What the perspective? No, here's the difference. You ready? I'm gonna hit you with it. It's really simple. The rogue designator determines you start a new game every time, and it's a randomly generated level with randomly generated hazards, etc. Right? The like designation is no permanent upgrades other than human knowledge. The light designation is there are permanent upgrades.
Okay.
So every roguelike that you play and enjoy is a rogue light because they are better.
Like rogue
because they are much more palatable to 99% of people.
Okay.
Because Spelunky and Rogue and a couple other ones are like, hey, you know how you get good? You fucking take your balls out and fucking man up and do it.
Okay. Well, you'll have to forgive. I get that designator now. You'll have to forgive me if in real conversation, if someone were to start standing 10 toes down on this if they were to find me walking away from the conversation.
Yes. So the conversation's really stupid. So like I explained the deal, right? The conversation is super dumb because the amount of roguelikes versus roguelites is 1 to 99.
Sure. Yeah, most games I've played have that little have the permanent upgrade. Yeah, the first one I've ever played was Rogue Legacy. That's where all of my foundations come from.
Christ. Rogue, Spelunky 1, Spelunky 2, that physics wizard game that I forget the name of. Someone in the chat will let me know what the physics wizard game is.
If
all those games that look like they're made out of ASCII, like Caves of Cud, Noita, etc. Yeah, these are all rogues. And the reason why I'm having to struggle to think of them is because I can't remember their fucking names, because who gives a shit? I want macro upgrades. I want to fucking unlock the goddamn black coat in Hades 2, please.
So Chalice dungeons are rogue light then. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Okay. And so if you're holding a sword, there's a corpse run, and and there's I don't know, a boss that's really hard. Is that a Souls like?
No.
Okay.
Souls-like is actually like a very specific set of criteria. There's more than you would think. Like all
Yeah.
those games
No,
that
I
kind
know.
of look and
I
feel the
know.
same, they actually like are way similar than you would think when you write them down.
What it actually feels like it is when you're watching a trailer and you see a boss fight of a big monster swinging at a little playable character, and it's doing so with like a pattern that's not too fast. It's a little bit slow and needs you to roll out of the way. That's a Souls like.
So,
And there's a stamina bar. Yeah.
to me is like, do you have a stamina bar and a dodge roll, and where's the camera? Because like Souls games have an incredibly specific camera. And I saw an interview with Miyazaki as to like, hey, why are enemies always enormous, or all like even human enemies? They're supposed to be the same size as you. Why are they like really big in Souls games? And it's because the placement of the camera makes it awkward for human-sized enemies. Enemies have to be like 10 feet tall for the camera to look at them straight on.
Yeah, but then some games are 2D and not even taking camera 3D into account, right?
Yeah.
Like Titan Souls top view, or your, Death's Gambit, side view, or whatever, Salt and Sanctuary, etc.
I think Titan Souls, isn't that the one you die in one hit?
Yeah.
That's funny that it has Souls in the title, and we're talking about it in this discussion, because that is like not, it's very not like a Souls like at all, but it says Souls in the title.
It certainly does.
What a shitty genre.
Man.
If you need to figure out what is a Souls like and is not, you could go check out Iron Pineapple does a video series where he goes, I just found 20 more Souls likes and played them, and he has played like goddamn like 100 to 150 of these fucking things, and the quality range is high.
It's so fascinating how much we care about this stuff, because the act of foldering things as human beings is so satisfying, I mean,
it's really interesting. Silent Hill 2 was last week, and someone pointed out that video games have terrible genres except for horror. Horror is the only non-mechanical video game genre name, and it describes a huge variety of games that have different gameplay. Because it's like, well, but is it spooky though? Is it scary?
Okay, so then this is interesting though, because I ran into some trouble because someone on the Slop stream sent in some footage of Fear, and I was like,
oh man,
yeah.
What a perfect example.
And I was like, oh yeah, Fear, that game. That's the one where it's a horror game, but you're
in the Matrix.
You're running and gunning. Really, it's an FPS. Like you
mean First Encounter Assault Recon?
And yeah, sure. There you go. Not even for 3 for that matter. But it's like, wait, so this is in the category of all the survival horror and scary games, but like mainly it's an FPS that has horror themes, right? Because the main thing you're still doing is headshotting soldiers and reloading.
I've played Fear, and I played a little bit of Fear 2. Fear 1 is awesome. First of all, that game is incredible. But they tried to do something very interesting, and they failed utterly to do it, but it's still cool that they tried. The idea in Fear is that you are a John Woo Matrix man. You're doing wall runs and kicks and slow-mo shit, and everything's blowing up, and you are an action man. But you can't shoot ghosts.
Right. Okay.
And so when the little girl Alma shows up to do her ghost nonsense at you, you can't just shoot ghosts because that doesn't work, right? And that's where the fear is supposed to come in, where it's like, yeah, you can kill anybody, but you can't shoot ghosts.
Okay.
Right?
So
This completely falls apart in the game's final level, in which you discover that you can in fact shoot ghosts
with the right kind of gun or bullet.
You just shoot them. You just literally fucking shoot them.
Oh man,
It's
that's
absolutely
embarrassing for the
It
ghosts.
is like one of the most brain dead fucking finales ever. Is that the final level is you going through a level and shooting like ghosts materializing
Damn.
out of the walls.
That's wild.
And it's not just like that it's stupid. It also is like really not fun at all, because they're just like they just phase through the. It sucks.
Because I'm like, it's like, are you playing a tactical shooter with jump scares? You know, is the thought process here?
Yes, that is exactly what you're doing. Yeah.
Now, yeah, and so that's where I'm like, this is always been folded in with horror games to me, you know, but is it really? You know,
it's funny because like that game has like some of the best shooting of like any game. Like it's incredible. Like it is a single player shooter. I think they put the horror element on it because if it was just like Military Man, that it would be like really dull.
Sure.
Like
yeah.
Like narratively.
But then it's like, could you just take the dressing of horror and drop it on like any genre and still, you know?
Yeah, you could totally do that.
Yeah, I mean,
you throw horror on anything. It's a good sauce.
Is Typing of the Dead a horror game?
Paige actually recently beat Typing of the Dead Overkill. And that is horror camp themed. There's no fear there.
Yeah, no, but anyway, so just labels are interesting, you know, and I mean that's gonna come back up in a minute too, as I played a Dragon Ball game for get into fighting games. So
oh yeah,
but you know, that is a discussion as well.
Is that the game we're really wrong about?
What?
It might be.
Well, okay, I have since updated and my wiki entry for the Tenkaichi series. So
yeah. So I remember. So the thing that I was wrong about when we talked about a Tenkaichi or Budokai or whatever, you know, Tenkaichi.
Budokai Tenkaichi is actually
is that I said nobody played this with other people. And apparently people did. The real thing, because the camera didn't work very well in 2-player.
It's funny you should say that.
But the reason why I said that is because I never wanted to play that game with other people.
Right.
I just wanted to play the story stuff and all that. But I remember showing you Budokai Tenkaichi 2, the one with the really good cell shading.
Okay. Maybe 2 or 3.
Decades ago. And I was showing it off, and you were unimpressed because the actual fighting mechanics were not very in depth. And I said, yeah, but look at all these characters, though.
Yes.
Which was my actual but shut up.
And
look how many different versions of Vegeta you can play as.
Well, and I remember being impressed with the cell shading and the way things looked in Budokai Original 1. I remember when I first saw that, like not even before the Tenkaichi series started, we saw like Budokai 1 had like the control Piccolo's aim the special beam cannon to shoot through Raditz kind of moment, and I was like, whoa, that's cool.
That's crazy.
You know? And like I was like, okay, so we have a Dragon Ball fighting game. Now, of course, there was the old like Super 2D ones and stuff that were always there, and those you'd go super far away from each other. They'd be Butoden, you know, were the games. You'd be split screen and just tossing balls from a million miles away. It was its goofy own thing. And then like there was like Hyper Dimension, like that was a pretty crazy Super Nintendo game that was like, it was like a real fighter. Ultimate Battle 22, all these ones, and I would go in there to see like, yeah, what's Dragon Ball fighting games, you know, doing. And so the Budokai series was always like, well, by Budokai 3, yeah, you have every version of every character. Like you pick a Goku and then you just scroll through the list and go
Goku
nuts.
Do you want?
All of
What's
them.
your favorite Goku?
Right, and that was the main appeal, is just that like everyone is here. And then there was also like, yeah, they'd stack these mechanics on mechanics where like, you know, you'd go into like basically like the wager system in like Injustice.
CBS?
Injustice.
Oh, Injustice. Okay.
But then like if you wagered like the wrong or the right thing, then it could go to a second kind of fight sequence, and you'd basically just start QTE programming of Dragon Ball Fight, which, you know, if you're in that era of like, hey, I like my CyberConnect 22, just like fancy pretty shit happening, and it's like it looks really cool. It looks Dragon Ball, but you're not playing as much. It's just going into an FMV at that point. I was like, okay, well, as long as it feels Dragon Ball enough, I suppose. But it was always like it's an anime fighter over here doing its thing.
This is just 3D Near Ultimate Hero.
Yeah, which was bad Smash with cool cutscenes.
Dude,
Anyway,
Ultimate Hero is like the largest delta between I want to see it and I want to play it.
so when Tenkaichi came out, and it was like you lose track of the enemy, and then your camera is just panning around looking for them for like a whole bunch of the fight, I was like, this feels bad, and I just like it was mechanically rough. And then they added stuff, and they did speed a lot of that up over the years. I kind of wasn't paying attention to much of where it ended, but similar to how Near Ultimate Hero ended up at Ultimate Ninja Storm, right? Like those games, basically they kind of went like, all right, what if we didn't do Smash and we just put it in 3D arena fighter things, and then when you hit the supers, they still do the big fancy shit. So that's always fun.
And Near Ultimate, Ultimate Ninja Storm or whatever the fuck it's called has become the
default
template for your anime fighter, and like I think for that thing it actually works really well.
Yeah, well,
for that format.
Well, because before that point, the Tomy games, the Great Ninja Clash, were better mechanically, but like they didn't have as fancy, pretty, supers to look at, and so now you kind of bring the two together and you get this, So with the Budokai Tenkaichi series, over the years they mechanically sped things up, they added more, and then the main thing, the take home, is that there is a massive single player like suite of things to appreciate and enjoy as a Dragon Ball fan.
You don't have to fight other people for.
No.
And run into the game's extreme mechanical problems.
And so here, Sparking Zero is the latest in this franchise, and what you're getting, it's a little bit of that, like, hey, we're not making All-Star Battle is not a fighting game, it's a JoJo game, is what the developer said at the time.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of like this, where you're like, the Sparking Zero has shit going on single player wise that I could only dream that like a game like Dragon Ball FighterZ would have. It's
there is
really good at that.
There is some crazy shit. Have you seen the first person shit?
Which aspect?
There is a function in Sparking Zero to watch cutscenes from the first person perspective of characters inside them.
Okay. Yeah, no, not even. That's great. One of my favorite things in the best Dragon Ball piece of media I've ever seen was the first person mode in the Super Broly movie. So that shit is, if it's a fraction of how cool that was, that's awesome. The overall experience of like the main menu is Goku teleporting around, visiting all his friends and hanging out and stuff, and then going to all these places. And then what you're doing as you go through the episodes, which are, picking a character and then flashing through their chapters in the canon timeline. And then there's like the what if chapters, which are, kind of wild and stuff. And then you have your online bracket. You can just do a tournament, like a full on online or offline bracket, and have the 8 people or so. All these little moments and stuff you can do lead to a bunch of secret unlocks and bits where you get like Dragon Balls. And then when you put enough Dragon Balls together, you summon Shenron, make a wish, and you can wish for money to buy characters. You can wish for whatever, a bunch of shit, to like speed up the progress of unlocking the billion things there are to unlock in the game, because there's every character with every possible costume.
Hey, I heard you like unlocking characters in your single player mode in a fighting game. Well, guess what?
Yes.
This fucking game has the most characters ever.
If you are reposting that meme where you're like, man, back to the good old days of playing the game to unlock it, fuck the buying your character pass shit, which admittedly is pretty fucking dumb, then you're gonna love this. It's a nightmare if you ever have to sit and do it tournament wise, but that's not gonna happen because that's not what the game is for.
It's not gonna happen. While we were talking, I looked at some videos of competitive Dragon Ball Zero Sparking gameplay, and I'm excited to try out that first person mode in the story.
When I grabbed this and I saw it said, split screen local co-op on it. I was like, that's awesome, great. The others had it going on PlayStation from the it's a series that always had it, so that makes sense. Let's get in there, you know? And you fucking boot it up and it's like, hey, split screen local co-op, plug in your controller, you can only fight in the hyperbolic time chamber. You cannot access any other levels because the Xbox Series S apparently needs only that. And so that was that was a limiting factor on it. And it's like, to be in a time where sitting on the couch playing local is the afterthought of a feature that, to be honest, at some point probably was not even in the game, you know? And then someone went, well, we should probably put split screen in. And they went, all right, here, training room, you know, don't even pick your, there's no like assign your controller left or right type moment. It's still just like a picking the CPU, but then the player 2 takes over. And on all menus, that player 2 has like that control and stuff. So it's kind of like, it really is just like, oh, you duplicated the player 1 input and now you split it up for this mode. There's no like screen pick a controller side moment or whatever. It's the most afterthought feature. It's Devil May Cry 3 take control of the doppelganger or Virgil when you plug in the controller type shit, you know?
Can I sidetrack us for just a second?
Mm-hmm.
So when you said the Xbox Series S, I had a couple of thoughts. The first of which is like, we have now, because of Microsoft, gone through 2 console generations that have been defined by, well, Microsoft didn't ship the thing with the thing, so we got to kneecap these games on like 10 different fucking platforms because of this shit, because the Xbox 360 didn't have to have a hard drive, and the Xbox Series S is like significantly underpowered, though technically compatible with the modern games. And it's like, this sucks really bad. But also, you know what I also thought, Wooly? I'm sitting here trying to formulate that thought, and I had to pull up the Xbox Wikipedia page because Xbox has fucked up their naming shit so bad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't remember
which one I
if
was
the
talking
fucking
about.
Xbox next to me is an Xbox One or not. Because I forgot that the Series X and X is a new one just called Xbox.
Yes.
That's the official name of this.
It is
just Xbox.
Yes, not the, so you're thinking of, for a second, you're thinking of the Xbox and then the Xbox One and then the Xbox One X and then the Xbox One S. However, we have moved to it's the Series S.
So we have gone in order from the Xbox to the Xbox 360 to the Xbox One to the Xbox. Like, officially, this thing has the same name as the Xbox original. It just has a little subtitle that says Series X.
I mean, when we all laughed at the idea of like why we called it the 360 because it was a bigger number than 2.
Because you do a 360 and then walk away.
And that philosophy has continued across the entire naming of all of their consoles.
Yeah, every single one is like a gimmick name, that makes it super confusing.
But there's a part of me that kind of thinks that they almost probably want to lean in, because the thought process at some point, it's so bad that it must be, it's the latest one on the shelf. Go to the store and get the one that you see there.
iPhone.
Don't stop to think about getting a different version. Get the one that's the latest one that the kids want.
But here's the thing. When you walk into a store and say, I would like the new iPhone, they just bring you the newest iPhone. And the only difference between the newest iPhone and an older iPhone is that it is newer and better and yada and yada, and maybe has different cable, whatever.
Well, they'll go, what size do you want the storage to be, or whatever.
But when I go into a store and say, I would like an Xbox, and they all play different games... And I
imagine that employee or at least what Microsoft wants that employee to say is, yeah, here's the most expensive Series X top of the line
Yes,
one.
but when I walk in and say I would like to buy an Xbox that plays Xbox One games.
Yes, well, and then
what the fuck did they hand me based off of what I said?
And then the thing you bring home doesn't work with the green boxes that your kid already has. Yes, exactly. Of course.
When I say Xbox One games, I mean Xbox games that came out in 2005, 2006, 2007 on the original Xbox.
Rome, Rise of Rome, or
no, I mean like Full Metal Wolf Chaos.
Oh,
Xbox
One. Yes. Original.
Because Xbox One was called Xbox One the whole time of the 360.
I think the confusion powers them. I think they get off. I think they're porking up real hard right now, just knowing about the confusion.
Like we have, like, you know what? I'm gonna apologize to Nintendo. I went in on Nintendo, maybe the hardest I've ever gone on any naming thing, about the new Nintendo 3DS, which I genuinely still think is the worst overall name ever, because they did release a 3DS after that. That was a different kind of new Nintendo 3DS. But that was singularly confusing for that one SKU, which then got chopped off. The Xbox thing is just getting worse and worse. You know what I think they're going to fucking call it? I think they're going to call the next one like the Xbox Series L or something. And just it'll pretend that it's like a different fucking box. Sorry, that it's the same thing, but it's the different thing.
I mean, I think the last word on it is simply that what do people call it on the streets? And people say PS4, people say PS5, people say Switch, and people say Xbox. No matter where, no matter when, no matter what generation, people just say, yeah, it's on Xbox.
You got that Xbox.
There's no, like, the marketing angle of it just is eliminated, and we all just go, it's Xbox. And because
like
who's going to sit and try to figure out what the fuck they mean?
PlayStation's going to announce a new console in like 3 years or something, and we're all going to sit around and pretend like we don't know what it's going to be called.
Yeah. No, so I mean, there once upon a time we used to say the Nintendo, right? And like that those days are gone, admittedly, but this is essentially what Microsoft probably wants. So now all this is an aside from the fact that it is also the lowest common denominator holding down what is possible. However,
to the point where when it goes in the other direction, like Larian got special considerations for the Series S for Baldur's Gate, because that was holding up the Xbox release of that game for months. Because they were like, split screen has to work exactly the same on all of them, and Larian was like, it's not going to. It won't. It's not going to be good.
So I saw in this conversation, though, confirmation from folks here that yes, when they announced Sparking Zero, there was no local couch play, and they added it after people complained about it being missing. So it feels like the most afterthought thing, and that is that not the ultimate microcosm of like the statement on the game as a whole in a way, right?
Why would you want to play against the local? What? Why would you? Who cares?
I am getting online and I'm going fucking Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan.
No. Hold on. You're going online to encounter the most plugger society that there ever has been.
Oh, by all means. I mean, and you have an entire 10 seconds, or if not 15, to do it, because...
I can't believe these motherfuckers beating me up with Yajirobe. I'm out of
here.
That
final Shenron punch is taking a minute, you know? But here we go, right? Let's go back around now. When Dragon Ball FighterZ was announcing its characters, who was I number one most requesting from the jump? Yajirobe.
Yeah.
The whole time. I'm like, let's go original Dragon Ball. Let's go goofy characters. Let him cut your fucking tail off as his ultimate. And not only is Yajirobe here, he's busted because he Senzu beans his ass and stalls out the fights. Yajirobe the god.
it's really, really funny because when we were in the lead up to Dragon Ball Fighters, the overwhelming thing was like, wow, this looks great. I can't wait to play it. What's up with this roster though? Oh my God. We need like 400 more characters. I mean, Budokai Tenkaichi had it. And it's like, but we want to actually be able to play this game against other people. So having these characters work good is important. But what's strange is that like it really says a lot about the crux between Dragon Ball fans and fighting game fans and which one there is more of, because people are happy to play with their dolls in Sparking Zero.
Oh yeah.
And like that's what that game is fucking for.
Yeah.
And when
it's
I
great.
buy it and play it, it's going to be to play with my fucking Goku dolls.
It's great. Yep. It is excellent at just enjoying your Dragon Ball 3D toy collection. It's really, really good at that. And it's like and the fact that it's like now you're coming back at it from this post Super thing, and Daima just launched the new Dragon Ball series as well, so that's going to be coming into it as well. It really is just a great little place to play with your toys and like you can pick Janemba and then turn into the red version with the sword, and
that's my favorite character.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm gonna do that.
You know, it's all there.
That's my favorite Dragon Ball movie.
And then it's like, what's happening mechanically? And it's like, well, there are a lot of mechanics because over the years they've added more and more and more to them. So like you can absolutely do these things where it's like, okay, there's a basic combo, then there's a launcher, and then you can do follow-ups and chasers, and you know, you can not just block or not just counter, but you can also do, you know, instant transmissions, and like there's a lot of ways to do kind of like the same thing, but over the course of this franchise, they've just stacked up these different mechanics that were brand new at the time of the original game. And they're all here together, you know? And going through the advanced tutorials and stuff was quite interesting to see like what movement and all these other things kind of turn into. But yeah, no, it really is. It's like no matter what all that is like, it's like at the end of the day, you just want to watch that awesome cutscene play out. And Ultra Instinct is going to teleport behind you and put the hand out. And then you're gonna get all blown up, and it's gonna look awesome, and his hair is gonna glow, and you're gonna be like, "Yeah!"
That was somebody putting it up on social media. It was like, "Hey, how the fuck do I beat Goku as Jiren in the story mode?" And he posts a clip of like Goku and Ultra Instinct just dodging like literally every single attack that he goes. And I'm like, man, that seems like it would suck shit for a fighting game. But I'm looking at that going, "Oh, he's Ultra Instinct! You can't even hit him!"
And you know, and then you've got the mission where you've got to fight Great Ape Vegeta, who's in Uzaru form, and he's just stomping his ass all over you, and like you pretty much have to learn the one thing about like one of the most busted things about the games ultimately, where you just like, okay, you got to sit there, charge, and then go into your like sparking form, and then just mash X for your life. Just literally just do the infinite combo, because
hey, guess what, man?
You know,
that's probably the hardest fight Goku ever fought.
It's completely unfair, right? But like
it is. That fight is insanely unfair for real.
And they're and like
in the manga.
And they're like on the official Twitter, they're just like, you know, select an easier difficulty and continue. Lol, ha, rah, you know. But like the get good moment, right? Of if you're kind of like, you know, try to get past it or so, is stand there, hold your charge button, right, for as long as it takes till it maxes out, then teleport behind them and just mash attack.
Hell yeah.
And that's the get good.
That's Dragon Ball. Yeah. That's canon.
Yes. So these products, you know, they exist for good reason, and they sell well for good reason, and killing it, right? More people on that shit than any other fucking thing on the Steam list for a while there. And I really do, I want to come back to it, but it's just like, I feel like that aspect of, because when I wanted to pop it in and play, I was like, yeah, let me go and kind of unlock as many as I can in this short period of time, just to have people to jump around, because that's the whole game, right? If we don't have characters to select them, what the fuck are we doing? And the doing missions to get Shenron balls to wish for the thing is that's a fun bit to put into your progression bits, you know, and and it feels like while you're not playing, while you're doing all these little extra things around the menus, like you're getting a very just Dragon Ball museum experience. It's a Dragon Ball museum. That's what it is. It
Hey,
is.
you like Dragon Ball?
It is
I
a
do like
3D Dragon Ball museum, and it's and that's great. And then they're like, hey, I guess what's like, yeah, here's your season pass, another like 100 characters or whatever is going to come at some point. Get the early unlocks for this and that. Yeah, there's everybody. It's an infinite thing, whatever. But just okay, like let's actually start playing. Oh, oh man.
No, when you say playing, you mean the solo, or do you mean against each other?
Yeah, just against each other and stuff. And
why would you ruin it like that?
Well, it's
Why would you? That's not what it's for.
Well, I spent money. I just wanted to, you got to crash your GI Joes into people eventually, right?
Yeah, but this is like, hey, I bought a GI Joe and it looks to be about the right size. I guess I could use it as a hammer to put nails in my wall.
When I did go to my friend's house as a kid and I had my toys and he had his, and we played, it was not as fun because he was not playing the same way I was playing with my toys. Because he had like weird ways of. I think I talked about him a while ago, but he would put like a big he'd put tape on like Venom's hand and then attach like an axe from Conan to it, and then he'd take like like a transformer.
That's cool as shit.
And he'd take a transformer and then he'd wrap like tape all around its limbs, and then it would just have like these extra limbs with like missiles at the tip, and it would just be like a tape toy, and it was just like, but I want a Spider-Man and Hulk right now. Like, what the fuck is this missile transformer axe Venom?
I'm an adult, and I look down at that, and I say that kid was cool as fuck. However, as a person who remembers being a child, that's what's known as playing it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
What you're supposed to do, Wooly, is you are supposed to go there, and you are supposed to tell him, listen, you get these toys, and you list out the toys that he will get. And then he will place them where you tell him to place them. And then you will act out the scenario. And it is his job to read your mind and act out the scenario the way you want him to. Otherwise, he's playing wrong.
Well, when I played with my brother when we were growing up, he got it. He would get his Leonardo out. I would get my Donatello. And then they'd fight. And then, we'd have a Ninja Turtle battle, and then we'd switch over, and then it was like, okay, he has his Galvatron, and I'd get whatever, my Optimus or something, and we'd do it, and then, we'd just do anyway, and then over here, Exo Squad battle, and I'm gonna shoot that missile, and it's gonna hit you in the eye, and it's gonna be fucking rad, but like, it was just, anyway.
And it's like, who can read your mind about the right way to play with your Dragon Ball dolls, Wooly? Sparking Zero. Sparking Zero knows what the right way to play with your Dragon Ball dolls
getting
is.
in the way of my fun.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm unplugging the Ethernet because you're ruining my fun. I'm unplugging. Yeah. No, the shit got wild because the other bit was a bunch of his toys were broken, and so like he would like put the tape to like stretch, like if the arm broke off, he'd put the tape and like have the arm attached to that, or like the torso had tape in the middle, because it was all the tape, like Venom with the tape and the axe. Okay, Venom can do that, but now it's like everyone has that. Like everything is tape when it's broken, and if you're playing too hard and you break your shit, that's already like, yo, I don't know if I want to give you my shit, because what if you break mine?
I never got along playing with my brother and sister for this exact reason. I had a really strong, let's call it a disagreement,
sure,
between me and my siblings. What is the toy that all kids love at every age? It's Lego. Of course it's Lego. You build the little thing. And I would I would look at the box, and then I would get the instructions out, and I would build it. It would be a perfect little spaceship, or it'd be a perfect little castle, or it'd be a perfect little thing. And invariably, and I mean invariably, like literally 100 out of 100 times, my older brother or older sister would come along after it was done and perfect and good and nice to play with, and go, oh, cool, look at this weird part, and dismantle it to cannibalize my perfect creations into fucking the giant cardboard box that all of the Legos went into, and then just create new things that were wrong.
Okay,
And they were wrong. They didn't have an instruction. They were just whatever thing they wanted to build with their mind.
No, Lego was 100% creativity, bro. Lego was Chaos World. Lego, you build whatever the fuck. You just go. You do the instructions once, and then admire it for maybe a day, show your mom, and then it's just parts for the cool shit. The robots and the vehicles and the cities and whatever the fuck we're building. And that's all.
They were playing it wrong.
My Lego was the Lego trunk. It was a suitcase, and all the pieces were together, and you would just they'd mix up, and you'd have all of it come together for cool shit. And there was like color coordination was barely a thought, because mainly it was like, okay, but look at the fucking hinge limb though, you know, and that part goes extra fucking cool if it can like bend twice back over.
Hey man, I'm just saying that Lord Business from the Lego movie is the hero of that film.
Oh, fuck
That's what I'm saying to you all.
Oh man, nah, dude. Legos chaos rules, dude. That was great.
I remember I got in trouble because you know what? Let's put this out into the ether. So I'm 5 years old, and I had a bunch of Legos that were built up, and they were done, and they were completed. It was like a castle, and it was like a spaceship, and I forget someone else, right? And then I came home from something, and my brother and sister had been playing Legos, and they had cannibalized every single thing that I had built into this gigantic mega castle.
Uh-huh.
And then when I couldn't find the things that I had made, and was pointed out that it had been cannibalized in the gigantic mega castle, I, being 5 years old, went and like just kicked through it and just knocked that shit over. Because
God damn it.
And I got in trouble.
Yeah.
They destroyed my Legos, but I can't destroy their Legos?
Well,
this is bullshit. I'm still mad.
Well, first of all, lashing out like that is just not acceptable. That's not how we express ourselves. We don't kick things and destroy them when we're upset.
Don't you fucking gentle parent me.
Okay. And, you know, and second, that castle of everything all together probably was rad as fuck. Yeah. Listen, some people like Will Ferrell, like why not just super glue them once you're done as you build them?
Because my dad didn't let me have the super glue, because dad was not to be trusted with the super glue, because dad would super glue himself to things.
So you would have super glued your Lego creations.
If I had the ability, I absolutely would have.
Oh my god, dude. That's fuck that. Oh man, nah. Anyways, all this to say that you jump online.
Guy Tenkaichi Sparking Zero, whatever it's called, is the super glue for your Dragon Ball dolls.
And you know what? When my brother and I did play with Lego, we had our own nomenclature. We would be like, yo, do you have a flat 4 dotted? No, but I got a pushed up 6 dotted. All right.
Well, yeah, because you're living in the same house. You're on the same page.
Yeah, and so it would be generally like cooperative. And if it was like, yo, I need that part, and it's like, nah, but I need it, then like we'd have to find a way to, you know, figure out who would get it. And that usually involved fighting.
I was about to say, did you just fight for it?
Oh yeah,
that seems like what brothers would do.
No, 1,000,000%. Like we were rolling around and you know, like basically.
No, it's mine.
Yeah, so like a brother fight is like, you're going at it, but no face shots, right? So body.
You know, I've never had any of those.
Oh yeah, okay. I've had.
My brother was too much older. He was 4 years older than me, which means any of those would have just stomp me out.
My brother is 3 years older than me, and I didn't fucking back down. I lost every one of those fights.
Maybe you should have. Maybe you should have realized your fucking shots.
I lost every single one of those fights. I got lit up, but I rushed nonetheless, and we just.
Like,
And it was, and
like,
further,
tell me you got one, man.
I mean, if my cousin teamed up, you know, and if we went, because I had older
That's
cousins.
not fucking fair.
No, certainly not. You know, but that shit was like fucking, yeah, in the 1v1s, what the fuck am I supposed to do? You know? I got stomped out every goddamn time. It sucked. But hey.
Damn.
And then he got the piece he wanted. You know, but that's the way it fucking was. Whatever. Eldest gets to do what they want. Second follows.
Yeah, so I learned that physically accosting my brother was not going to work because he was so much bigger and stronger than me. But then when we got a little older, I discovered that telling mom and dad that he's smoking weed in the garage again was way more effective as a threat.
Okay. Yeah, you see, we were too church basement for that. We, you know,
yeah,
no real hidden crimes like that to expose. At the same time, though, like, I mean, if you got into a nice, like, there are times where you get into a nice, like, sitting position where I'm like, oh, well, now I'm sitting on your back and there's nothing you can do. So you have to go like, okay, stop, fine. Right?
Yeah. And
then you let off and then it's like, and then it's back on and it's like, oh, you fucker. Right? You gave up, but then you didn't give up. You know? Anyways, and the problem, of course, is that, yeah, only one person could get the piece in the end. So you playing Dragon Ball Sparking Zero with other people, fuck that. They ruin it.
And you know what? I don't know if you were intending to do so, but you actually just made like an incredible, perfect analogy for it, because that one piece that only one person can have is the good camera spot. Is that spot with the good camera where you're in the foreground.
Well, if you're playing double split screen, you both have that on your respective sides, because it's not the it's not...
Oh, I'm talking about the old one.
Oh, the old one
was just straight up Zone of the Enders.
Zone of the Enders camera.
Someone's in the back.
Okay. Yeah, that's horseshit. That's complete horseshit.
Fight for the camera, loser.
That's insane. Anyway, and I would say the other bit too, and this also leads into it, is like flying around and having your character kind of in third person also felt more like video game playing as Goku than like side view,
yeah, absolutely,
fighting game rules being put on these characters type of thing.
Hell yeah, I just saw on Twitter cannibalizing someone else's Lego is fucked up. Thanks, buddy. It is. Don't cannibalize your siblings' Legos.
I mean, don't steal it from their shit. Like, talk about it. If you built a thing and then I came back and I just fucking took it apart, that sucks. That does suck. Absolutely. Kicking over the castle's crazy too, though.
Hey, listen. I just want to say that that Arthur was totally right to punch his sister in the fucking face. DW. Did he punch DW? Little brat.
He punched DW.
Oh, you don't know this?
What happened?
Okay, so this is the best episode of Arthur ever. So Arthur is building is it a toy plane? It's a toy plane, and it's like a model. It's not a toy. It's a model, and he spends a lot of time building it, and he built it, and it's gorgeous. And he looks at DW and he says, "Don't go into my room, and also don't touch it. Do not touch that." So DW goes into his room, picks up the model airplane, and throws it out the window.
Oh my god.
And it just smashes to bits on the ground. Okay?
Oh shit.
So he meets her outside and just starts screaming, "I told you not to touch it."
Yeah.
And she says to him, "You didn't even build it right. It won't even fly." and he just like,
that's where that comes from. Okay.
Goes, "I told you not to touch it."
Right.
And kind of cut away, but it's very obvious. Like, he rocks her.
Yeah. No, Galactica Phantom. Just.
And then, like, his parents get him in trouble. His parents punish him because you can't beat up your little sister. But, like, sometimes siblings just do, like, insane, outrageous shit that just, like, violence is inevitable. It's unavoidable.
Oh, my God, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay. I understood. That's wild.
Like you'll never feel the urge to hit anyone in your life like the person you have lived with from the day they were born, and you're like right next to each other in age. Just oh.
I don't know if you've ever had the uh, like like pool noodle fight or like pillow
I've
fight
had the pool noodle fight get out of hand.
where the hit is a little too real.
If the noodle's long enough and you get the
And
right
you hit,
leverage,
yeah, and it's like, oh, the fun has stopped, and now I'm fucking beating you with a weapon. This pillow is now a weapon, and like all the stuffing has dropped to the bottom and like gotten hardened. It's gotten dense, and I've tied it, and I'm holding on to it, and it's all cloth up here, and this part is just all stuffing, and we're going in. You've turned a pillow into a mace, is what happens, because you get your bell rung when they swing it a little bit too hard, and you're like, what the fuck? I thought we were playing. Oh, it's real now, is it? Okay, here we go. Yeah.
man, this just makes me think of, because like the boy's gonna grow up, right? And one of the conversations that me and Paige had when we were watching the McMahon documentary, it's like, do you think this will be one of those boys that likes wrestling? Because wrestling with kids, oh, that's a good time. But then I remember the kids from my high school that couldn't watch wrestling. I'm sure you remember them, because if they watched wrestling, they'd watch Monday Night Raw, and then they would come in on Tuesday, and it would be a fucking countdown to first period by the time they got into a fight.
Yep.
Like the energy in them they could not maintain it, and they would have to fight somebody
1,000,000%.
within like half an hour arriving at school.
Yes. Yeah. No. Too activated. So obviously the like little brother mode means I got really good at like selling the moves and taking them, and he sucked at
Selling is so important for the children.
yeah.
If the children are play wrestling and none of them know how to sell, then the aggro children are going to just escalate it and escalate it and escalate it until they see someone sell, but they're not selling. You actually just dropped Jimmy on his head. Jimmy's dead now. Because Jimmy wouldn't sell.
That's it. And I think part of it probably was also, it's a lot harder to sell a choke slam when you're shorter than the person, admittedly. You know, that or the knee to the stomach bend over and then set up the DDT or so. But I got really good at selling, and that was basically my job. But I'd say, but like then and then you get good at like your drop kicks and your spears and all those things. You figure out what works and what doesn't. But there absolutely was like that kid that was in French class who like tried to do a play stunner, and that's not a move you can fuck around with if you don't know how to do it, man.
I had a friend of mine that we'd just hang. It was in grade 6 and 7. I'd go over his house and we'd play video games, right? And I could not go to his house. Sorry, I chose to never go to his house on a Tuesday or a Friday, because those were the days after Raw and SmackDown would air. And what would happen is I would go over there in like the late afternoon, early evening, and like have dinner with the family or whatever. Like I went over there fairly regularly, and the kids, his younger brothers, who were like 7 and 9, I think, they couldn't stay up to watch Raw and SmackDown. They had to watch it on VHS. So they would get home from school and immediately watch it, like the instant they came in the door.
Oh, okay.
And
I caught it live. Yeah,
I didn't want to be there when his little brothers watched that shit, because I was like dead certain that I would get killed or like witness a murder or whatever. These kids they would go feral every single time they watched wrestling. They would go crazy. And the mom and dad were never able to calm them down, but also let them watch wrestling twice a week.
Like, no.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. The kids that didn't get it, that didn't understand that part of it, the cell bit and so on, that's a problem. Obviously, there's literally been cases of kids that died, and they had to have like The Rock on, the stand explaining how wrestling moves work you know, because like
That's like you can't do these wrestling moves at home if you're not a good worker.
if you don't know how,
Okay,
yes,
you need to know how to sell, and you need to know the difference between a work and a shoot.
therefore,
And you're doing shoot wrestling at home, and you're a child, you don't know what you're doing.
Brock Lesnar is a danger to the children.
Yes.
Ahmed Johnson is a danger to the children because they don't know
Ahmed
how to
Johnson
sell.
is a danger to everyone on the roster when he was working.
Working stiff puts the kids in danger. God damn it.
Listen, I don't want any 8-year-old giving each other potatoes out here, okay?
God.
That'll bring down too much heat.
Yo, Playground Botchamania? Come on. All right. Anyway. So yeah, that's the problem, but that's what's good about Sparking Zero. That's nailed it.
It's not fake. It's predetermined.
I mean, that point where you legally have to sidestep to call it anything.
No. Sparking Zero isn't fake. It's predetermined.
Yes. Right.
You know Goku's gonna win, man.
And then, well, the other part of it too is kind of going like, yo, who the fuck is that? Is that what the fuck? Is that some super shit? And it's like, nah, that's from that one movie. And you're like, oh god,
you didn't see.
Wait,
like there's a dude on that roster that I only recognize because I saw him in a Creed AMV.
Yeah.
The What If Creed music video to the fucking Bardock or whatever his fucking, I don't know who that guy is.
Well, Bardock is Goku's dad, so yes, you would know
not
him.
the other
You're thinking of
one.
Turtles. You're probably
I'm
Evil
thinking of the
Goku.
guy who's got I'm thinking of the guy with orange hair and he's green. Bojack. I'm thinking of
Bojack. Okay. Right. Because, yeah, like, there's Evil Goku, right, from, you know, and it's just, like, Turtles is there. You're like, what? Wait, which movie was that?
That's the fucking fruit of the tree of might.
Tree of might, tree of magic, and might and magic. Yeah. No, that's always just the wildest, man. Like, Super's crazy. They're nuts. It's like, that was from the Janemba second fucking...
Yo, listen, man. Like, this is the thing, the difference between Sparking Zero and that Hunter x Hunter game. If you're looking at your roster and you go, man, who the fuck is this loser? If that's complimentary or derogative depends on if your fucking roster is 3 digits.
Right. Yes. You know what?
If you have a double-digit roster that's under 51 and you go, who the fuck is this? Boo. If it's 52 and up, who the fuck is that? Sansan? What? Oh, I don't know. Whatever.
They wasted a slot on Baby D is not a thing you say when there's 187 other choices. Yeah.
Hiduragarn? I don't know who the fuck that is. But I got my 25 Gokus.
Azila? Like a weird,
I literally don't even
like
know.
It's like a Frieza colored thing with like the extra tentacles sticking out. Anyway,
I don't even know.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
But I'll tell you what, man. What you pop off at is when you see like, hey, look, there's a Yamcha outfit, and it's the original Dragon Ball Yamcha outfit.
Hey,
you know, you got your barefoot Goku, and you've got your like Yajirobe and shit like that.
Oh yeah, the
man.
Goku got his legs fucked up.
That's always fun. You know, you're what the fuck? Jackie Chun. You know? Anyways. So yeah, there was some Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Getting to Fighting Game is gonna drop for that a little later this week.
Is that a Getting to Fighting Games?
I played it on a Saturday.
Is it though?
I played it on a Saturday.
I don't know.
All right, let them this. I mean, Reggie couldn't pretend for like 5 seconds.
Oh, couldn't even just fucking smile.
Like it literally was like, yo, are you playing the right intro right now? Like, are we? Like, hey. You shut the fuck up. You be quiet. They'll hear you.
There's a genre of game that I don't know how to describe it, and I don't know how I would define it, but I feel like it's real, and I want to call it like a doll game, where like
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
wildly disproportionate amount of effort is I want him to look the way he looks, and I want him to be perfect, and I want him to do the things that I want. Like Space Marine 2 is a little bit of a doll game.
Yes. Gundam Breaker. The Gundam Breaker franchise are doll games. You are making a Gunpla. There's also a video game in there, but fuck off. You're making a Gunpla. You know? These are absolutely your dress up and fucking 1,000,000%. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, so there's some of that. Also, a bit late to the party on it, but hey, since I killed the Mother of Fingers in Shadow of the Erdtree,
she's gross.
She gives a staff that lets you cast incantations and sorceries.
It's not the best, but it does both, so sick.
So I actually fucking took a larval tear back and I rebuilt my character, and I now have access to both. And this is pretty much the first time since base game at all that I've been able to do anything, because I literally did not play that game with faith anything, you know. So
there's some cool fucking
there's some cool ones in there. Yeah. And I threw on you know, the Golden Vow, right? So you just get a nice little buff before you get into a fight, like the vines, like the briars, you know, kind of thing.
There are I don't want to start that. So I went down and watched like a fucking 2.5 hour long video over on Rusty's channel if you want to go look at it. Rusty is insane and will just rank like every single fucking spell in the entire game. So those videos are hours long. And he had one where he compared incantations to sorceries. And the overall result is that they both have their big winners. Like they both have one like spells that are just far and away. This will carry you the whole game. But the main takeaway is that a wildly disproportionate amount of the intelligence ones are just blue projectile. Of various sizes, states, directions, etc. Like that makes up like 80% of the entire casting tree is I fired a blue laser.
Make a blue thing appear in the world and do something to it. Versus,
and it's also overwhelmingly like one type of damage, which is magic.
No, it is the variety of like getting like buffs to yourself, or you know, like different types of resistances.
I want to throw rocks. I want to throw lightning. I want to throw fire. I want to throw holy. That's 4 damage types.
Dragon barfing and arcane. Well, arcane I guess is the other bit, but like I
think,
and hurting yourself to do other types of like better spell casting besides charging. You know. You get much.
I think the one that really puts it over though is Flame Cleanse Me, which you don't have a reason to use that anymore at the point you're in the game. But like Flame Cleanse Me needs like 10 faith, and it just is like the cheapest spell in the entire game, and it just cures you of poison or rot instantly.
Well, that's laws of regression, right? Regression just beats that. Like I kept that one on my belt the entire time, because the moment anything you don't want is on you, chunk, and then you're healed. So you definitely get better game variety out of it. And so
that requires 37 intelligence.
Okay. So in the end, so now that I've kind of just mixing and matching, because I'm like, look, I've played 98% of this game so far. Just
you've seen almost all of it.
And you know, just tossing int and that stuff out. I've figured out what I like the most and what's the funnest to do. So just even though the top end numbers are lower, the variety is much nicer, and that's also why I went with the twin swords and stuff. I'm just like, let's just fuck around.
The Talisman of Beasts from Demon Souls is back. I don't know if you remember that. That was the highest end catalyst you could get in Demon Souls.
That lets you do both.
It lets you do both.
Okay. Right.
And
yes.
And it's like it wasn't the strongest option, but being able to do whatever is crazy good.
But then also calculate, like, just don't worry about calculating the math on whether your 50% scaling on this is gonna top out against this other thing, because you're now cutting your scaling into 2 or 3 different numbers.
Oh yeah, the scaling for all that shit in Elden Ring is actually super confusing.
Oh man.
Like especially on intelligence, where like each breakpoint is better for different stabs.
And you'll see like the overall sorcery scaling number go up, but the letter is worse, so that or other way around rather. So you'll see like the dual talisman staff have like a higher scaling number, but then this one that's dedicated will be S, whereas that's a B, and you're like,
hey, to anyone who plays Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, or Elden Ring, I should let you guys know that the letter grading system for your weapons are suggestions as to how they may perform. They have often no relation to reality at all. Well, this has A, but this is S. That means the S scales better. No, stupid.
I like didn't know until just now that like Dex increases your
casting speed.
Your casting speed in the I thought that was tied to int.
You think that's stupid? You know the Radigan's Icon talisman that makes you cast faster?
Uh-huh.
You know how that works? It gives you 20 phantom dexterity.
It's not just for the cast, it just gives you...
So if you have capped dexterity, it doesn't do anything.
Why? This is the shit that gets really wild and confusing, because it's like, why are we still doing Dark Souls 2 adaptability? Like, I thought we learned that lesson a bajillion years ago, and here we are in the latest content, and we're still doing that. If it makes you feel
any better, you need to put like 50 points of dex to even notice a difference. Man. Like, it's incredibly minor. It's so minor that I question its inclusion at all.
Like, it's when you have to put stuff into an unrelated thing entirely to benefit a thing that's that's so, or splitting a basic function into 2 things, right? I mean, I get, whatever. I don't know. Like, I'm just like,
Don't worry, man. The next game, the stats will all be really good and simple and easy. No, they won't.
Your role is determined by your weight and what's on you, but your iframes are determined by a completely separate fucking clown shoes number over here.
Well, it really does say a lot. I think I mentioned this last week. The Souls games are fascinating because they're the most popular video games around right now, and they're made exclusively by people who don't play them at all. So, like, every time you run into something, you're like, well, why would you do this? And it's because their interaction with the game is a spreadsheet.
I feel like it's a case of, if it ain't broke, then why fix it? And it's like, it's been broken for a decade.
It's broke. You just don't feel it because you don't actually do it. Like,
no, the player will talk to the NPC and then sit down at the bonfire, and then the NPC will update to the new location.
How come it took so many games to get back to leveling up at the bonfire? Why do I always have to go back to town and deal with the loading time? It's like, well, because the loading time doesn't exist for Miyazaki designing the game and not actually seeing the loading time at all, because he's not playing Bloodborne. Bloodborne was made by people not playing their own game. That's so fucking crazy.
And here we are, like, lessons just not learned over. Like, Elden Ring is what? Is that Demon Souls 7?
Demon 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne 6.
Demon Souls 6. It's Demon Souls 6. Yeah.
I'm not counting Sekiro. Sekiro is a different beast.
Yeah. I mean, Yakuza reinvented itself like 3 times, right? In the span of like...
we've got time to talk about that again today.
of fucking beginning to 6 at least, right? Anyways, whatever. So yeah, no, that's it. Other really cool thing, going up to that little village, found
Hey, that little village that
little tree.
Has this is the, like it's always great when you play a game that has any kind of open world segment and you find the most important place that has ever been.
Mm-hmm. And like it's like, hey, there's music playing. It's not music in game. It's music around this area, and there's a spell here. Take a look at it. Walk up that mountain. Take a look at that. Anything else? No, that's it. Cool. Fucking context moment. Really, really interesting thought there, you know? And yeah, one of those bits where you're like, okay, so what we're doing in 2 items is recontextualizing, reframing, and reintroducing exactly what this conflict is about and why, you know? Really solid. Very cool there. That's a classic like moment of like, oh, Dark Souls item lore storytelling that I thought was great.
This is the spot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's right next to that other spot, the weird spot that happens to be really suspiciously close by.
So
it's really close to this spot.
I still have a lot of unanswered questions for sure, but at the very least, yeah, little Marika's
you really
village.
Get like I Erdtree is the first of any of the Souls or anything that I finished in which I was like, that was understandable and clear, and I got most of the things I needed to know. I don't really have a big reason to like search out like YouTube or wiki articles or whatever. Like the general thrust of like, oh, that led to this, led to that, led to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go to the jar shit and then you go to the village and like 99% of the fucking plot of the world just falls into place.
Yeah, and I almost feel like while maybe George R.R. or someone else is like looking over the lore and they're looking at these moments and going, this is implied, but it's still a little vague, and then they go, okay, drop a ghost right there.
Yeah, there's a ghost.
And the ghosts are there to just like just in case you were not following the right thing, you know?
Like, okay, like at this point, like Marika's story is pretty much told for you in game. Like the remainder is going to be primarily Mikola stuff. And it's like, okay, she's the worst. The character you never get to interact with once in the entire base game. What was her deal? Oh, her deal was that she was awful.
A huge hypocrite. A huge hypocrite.
Like the depths of hypocrisy become like hilarious because you're like, these fucking horn scent, I'm gonna get rid of all of them.
Well, I never had.
Oh no, my kids.
Oh well, so that's interesting. Like, oh, you mean her? Okay, yeah. Right.
Oh no, my kids are horn scent. Into the sewers with them. Those evil horn scent. That's like,
yeah, then and like some of the other bits of the time, which I guess I don't know where we're gonna find out exactly the nature of like, how the horn scent started going after the shamans, and you know,
it appears to be just like endemic racial prejudice.
The boyardification, right?
It appears to just be the shamans worked really particularly well for their horrific jar nonsense.
They went in the pot. Yep.
And so they became like the Moai heads of that civilization, except they were people.
And then the other bit was that it's like, okay, well, there's 2 states here. There's the successful Alexander, awesome warrior jar, what a badass. And then there's the, it wasn't done yet, put it back in. Like, what if the meat was alive? You're walking ravioli.
Yeah, those jars are different.
Yeah,
like the jars you meet in Shadow of the Erdtree are substantially different.
Like it's not the jar sentient talking to you. There's the goop inside that is just flailing and screaming. It's like there's either the same process gone wrong or 2 different process, you know.
Well, Marika's like the jars you run into Elden Ring are like exclusively, they're not like civilians that just got chopped up for ritual purposes. No, they're all heroes,
warriors, the great ones, those who are worthy. And but it's here. It's just like, hey, yo, you're a shaman. Get in the
In you
fucking pot,
go.
bro. Here's a tooth whip. Yeah. Anyway, so probably it seems like maybe 2 sessions or so of that left. So gonna be
Depends.
We'll see. We'll see.
It depends on like one very major factor.
Okay. Well, I don't. As much as I'm like I'm nearby and I'm looking forward to getting it over. I don't want to. I've been taking my time with the lore going through this, and I want to not feel rushed towards the end either. So, yeah, that'll continue.
When I beat that DLC, I got to it in the worst possible condition, which was like I think it was 2-3 hours in when I hit the final boss, and got stomped out like nothing else, and was like, I can either call it a day and come back tomorrow, or I can just lock the fuck in right now. And I chose the latter, but that can be that could be a whole day.
Sorry,
It's
when you say
just
2-3 hours in, you mean to the last session?
So the last session I started at like the final area.
Okay.
And like by the time I got to the boss, I was like multiple hours into a stream.
You're right. Okay.
And like the decision was then, do I lock in and go, or do I come back fresh?
Yeah. Well, there's 6 sets of eyes on the couch over here, so it's not just my endurance as well, right? Sometimes
say 6.
That's the joke based on the old.
Oh, I know.
No, but there's me and there's Reggie, and we both get tired. So sometimes it's like I'm looking at it and it's like, okay, I'm starting to figure this boss out, and it's like 8 p.m. or 8:30, and I'm like, we've been going for 5.
Just put a blanket over him.
But I'm also like, I know my ability to do a high skill functioning requirement right now is much worse than if this were fresh,
Like it's one of those fun things that really only happens when you're doing this on camera, because like otherwise you would just go to your own pace and your own enjoyment, right? But like you can lean forward to about a 10-degree angle and put your elbows on your knees, and that's gonna help for an hour. But there's only so much you can lock in for so long.
I mean, I'll say that my part of the experience for this game for me in Let's Playing it is that every one of the hardest bosses has been at the end of a long endurance stream.
Of course.
And not like...
And then you start next session and you're like 20 minutes done.
Which is just not the same as normal pacing when you're doing it for yourself, It's always a like, with the
I literally can't go to bed until I beat you. Oh, come on.
Yeah. Anyways, so that's all going to continue along with Phoenix Wright this week over on Wooly Versus on Twitch and on YouTube.
Have you put your foot in any more metaphors?
No, I was waiting to take care of some other stuff. I also, just before you jump in there real quick, want to give a shout out to an awesome channel. I've checked out this is kind of what I was sort of looking for, but I've been going hard on Balatro as always working on, I don't know if I want to like platinum trophy it or whatever. I don't know if I want to get everything, but I certainly want to get as much as I can scrape, and I want to get my not a number exponent infinity.
You want to prove your love to Balatro.
Yeah. Balatro University is a channel, and on it there's a dude who talks about Balatro and optimizing your strats, and it's like little things where I'm like, I've been getting pretty far just on my own assumptions about math and poker and stuff, but here we got data, numbers, and shit that's really useful, and I was like, oh my god, really? I would skip to get a negative joker every single time.
Every time.
I would skip to get a double joker, a double thing every single time.
Every time.
Turns out it's not the best move. You
I don't
know?
care.
I know.
I want a negative Joker.
I know, and my heart wants it, and it's gonna be very. And I'm like, I'm like, I hear you, and
But
I'm
you
still
lose
doing
out.
it.
You lose out not on just the money, but the trip to the shop.
Exactly, and the trip to
You
the shop
an extra trip to the shop.
can get you so much more. Each shop visit is so great, you know, and da 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 da. Right, you know. Oh, like, do you like? What's the deal with fucking straights? You net so few, but then they scale.
They can't dance as well.
They just got no flavor. Well, it's harder to actually build a straight hand. Therefore, it scales
Blush is a million times more viable than straight.
easier, but that's why it scales worse when you level it up.
Yeah, but like, unless you get the Joker that is like skip spots in a straight. At that point, ooh, you're cooking with that.
But there's other things like that too, like where, like, you know, if you're falling into, there's temptations that you're kind of like chasing that don't always work out. Like chasing after full houses is not actually
Full house is tough. I tried to do like a full house stacked run, and I kept running into the thing where it's like I'm doing like 4 discards and 3 hands. I didn't get one full house.
and that's the problem, right? And the scaling of the points is it doesn't make it viable in the long run. So you're holding a 2 pair, and you're like, yeah, but I can spend 2 discards to get that full house, and you don't fucking
you're
get
not
it.
gonna get it.
You don't get it, asshole. Yeah.
Like my best run I've ever done in Balatro was with pair.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
need to learn about the high card meta, baby.
Ooh.
High card.
High card. High card is you've removed poker from the equation entirely, and you're now playing the Balatro metagame exclusively.
But it goes hand in hand with you level up your high card and find a consistent way to do so. You get economy online so that you can build some money up, and then
You cannot use the term "get your economy online" with Balatro.
you absolutely can and should.
No.
You
Shut
have
up.
to. You have to get economy online, or your build is fucked. I'm telling you, it's so important. It's so important. You gotta get a balance of chips and malt, right? X malt you can deal with after. You can change things up, but you got to get some early chips, really important, and then you get some econ online, and then you're cooking. And what you want to do is, while you're leveling up that high card, you start working on either a queen. You start getting a queen or a king, perhaps, into silver status or a steel card status, so that it'll multiply, right? It'll X mult your hand, your high card, and then you put a fucking red sticker on that shit, and then it'll do it twice. So then it'll 1.5, 1.5, and then you start turning other cards into that, and then it starts multiplying the 1.5, 1.5, and then you find the Joker that makes it so that every queen held in your hand is a plus 13 to your mult, or every king, baron, every king held in your hand is another 1.5. And then it starts just going fucking crazy. You know? And then you take that and you're like, hold on a minute, we're not done. Get the face card that makes it so that every card held in hand ability plays twice. And then you just fucking, and you go, and like high card is and you know, I'm telling you, dude, high card strats, unstoppable, right? But you gotta set yourself up to position the right Joker when it drops, you know? You can just fuck, and then you get a spectral card, anyway, whatever. The point is that Balatro University, good shit if you're out there trying to optimize and learn about how to get your builds. And yeah, don't sleep
Balatro.
Don't sleep on Econ. Don't do it. If you're trying to beat Gold Stake, especially, right? The highest shits and everything. Okay. So, you know, poker is a metaphor for life in some ways.
For life.
You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to change your archetype.
All the time. So I've now put my I'm up to the knee in metaphor. I'm in there. I am in 8/12. No, 7/12. Am I in August or
August?
no? I'm in August. I'm in August 12th, and I'm on town number 3, right? And there's a lot going on in that game. So I talked about it pretty far at length last week. So I'm not going to try and overdo it and say a lot of the same things. Things of note that are different. The game genuinely seems built for you as long as you do every dungeon in one day, you are going to have no problem keeping up with all of your links.
Just like all P games so far. P3, 4, at least the ones I've played.
It's way easier.
Okay.
And the reason why it's way easier is that the mental stack on managing your shit is so much lower because every time you hang out with someone, the bond increases. There's no build up and maybe I'll hang out with Maria and we'll level up the bond elsewhere. Like, can you hang out with the party member? You will level it up.
So time is less important in the sense that you're not as worried about spending time incorrectly, and you haven't done that like double task daytime stuff yet. But beating a thing in one day still nets you with, I guess, like a 2-week period of like, okay, now you're done. Go focus on whatever the fuck you want to focus on.
And depends on what order you do it, right? If you bang out your story dungeon instantaneously, you have that 2-week period like immediately, whereas instead you could be like I usually leave depending on where I'm at, I either do the dungeon on the first day or I do it on the last day, depending on what's like actually available. But for example, like I was in the third town, I hung out with my friends and leveled up my stats, etc. On the because there's certain activities that are much better for leveling up your stats than others. Debating other candidates in the town square is the most cost-effective time for stats thing, right? So I just did all of that, and then the first day that there was nothing unique left to do, I went and did the dungeon in one shot.
Okay. Is there stuff like getting your wheatgrass juice on Fridays to get your extra boost, or going to the burger place that's just like this is the most efficient way and you should be doing it?
So every couple of days you can take a shower and that'll give you 100 XP flat. Every Sunday or Idles Day you could take a shit and it will increase your luck by 1. So every single day of the month ending in ending in 5, go take a shit.
Okay. That's
like 30 free levels.
Is there the online function to see what other people are doing?
Yes. I have not used it. I have not had very little need for it.
Okay.
The other thing is that so I was stressing about time spent because you travel, like travel time from I want to go to the tower, right? The tower's 3 days from town. So that is 3 days and 3 nights away from town. But you can still do your bonds with your party on the Gauntlet Runner.
Oh, in transit.
Like in transit.
Okay, nice.
And in transit, you can level up your stats just as efficiently as you can anywhere else.
Is it like physically moving along the dot, and then while that's happening?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. And when you go out onto the deck and do your bond link out there, the fucking scenery is going past you.
Okay.
As you're having a conversation on the deck.
Can you, if you beat the dungeon, can you actually just fast forward time to get to the next point?
No.
Okay. No. Not that you necessarily want to, but yeah.
You would definitely not want to.
Yeah. Okay.
The other thing is that they've done this is the essentially Persona 7, but of modern Persona, it's like Persona 4, Persona 6, whatever you want to call it. Where you have your deadline, you have your dungeon, right? And then on the final day, hope you did the dungeon, hope you beat it, or else game over. They start to vary up how that system works.
Okay.
One of the earlier dungeons has a completely different format than that. Like it does not work the same at all. Like there is still a deadline and you still have to do something by that deadline, but it is not a long-term dungeon crawl.
Okay. The objectives are, they're remixing how or what the objectives are in.
The objectives are totally different.
Okay.
And it is not a dungeon crawl.
Interesting. Okay.
It's just straight up. It is a completely different task. And it's super interesting. So for example,
is it
usually
hang out at the hot spring and peek over the wall?
No, it's like a task for the storyline, and it will involve combat,
Sure.
but it is not a crawl.
Okay.
So like for example, like the first big dungeon that you see in the demo, if you finish it, it took me like 4 hours. This thing took me 45 minutes because I steamrolled it.
Okay.
I was putting it off. I'm like, oh, hope I don't have to take multiple trips. And I fucking stomped it out. It was no trouble at all.
Okay. Variety is good.
The game also has it's doing something like really, really impressive with the way experience is calculated, which is not something that's like super dramatic usually. But like think about any of your main Persona games, like, I left Ryuji on the bench for a while. Is he still? Oh God, he's 25 levels behind.
Oh yeah, we talked about this. The points,
right?
The
as you upgrade your bond, if you get a party member to upgrade to bond level 6, it's just like gains normal experience in the back, out of the party. But that's combined with when you're running around. So there's towers on the map that are like super, they're the toughest like optional dungeons. And I went in there and was getting stomped out. Like it was actually extremely difficult right up until I hit the level where I started to auto kill everything. And as soon as you start to auto kill everything, the experience you receive from them drops in half. The level gain is exponential. So basically, you hit like the point where nothing is a challenge to you. It becomes really hard to keep leveling a lot after that.
Okay.
Like you can eke out like 1 or 2, but like the scale of what you're actually doing and the speed at which you're doing it just starts to slow you down, so that the way that it has worked is, since I grinded a good deal on the demo, when I go into a dungeon, the optional dungeons, I am one hit killing on the field all the little baby bitch enemies that are there to use MP. All the tougher enemies in there are real fights that are difficult, and bosses have all been difficult. And that also happens with all the major story dungeons, where the trash is dealt with like trash. Anything that would be a challenge, no matter what level, you have to fight and is still a challenge. And the bosses have all been tough because they've scaled
there
it
is a
like
scaling.
correctly.
Yeah. Okay.
And I spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours just grinding out fucking points on stream the other night until like I couldn't go any further. Like it's really, really, really well built.
Okay, so
and also
so that
the archetype system fucking rules.
Yeah,
man.
so because you were mentioning last time that it's like, okay, you can basically get rare candy to feed your team with by maxing out the excess, and you can still do that on trash mobs or whatever, but like anything plot related is always going to scale with you and be a relative
Well,
challenge.
it'll just be tweaked a certain way.
Okay, now my recollection of enemies scaling their strength with you in RPGs over the years has been people telling me how much they hate that.
No, nothing scales with you. Your rate of growth, once it hits the recommended level, slows down dramatically. Is the way it works.
There's a cap on
so
the
like
benefits.
I'll take the last section. So the last section, I'm going to assume the intended high level is level 36. The instant I hit level 35 and started auto killing all the enemies, my rate of experience growth got cut in half and the amount of experience it took to get to the next level increased by like 30%.
Right, okay.
So now all of a sudden it would take me more than twice as long to get to the next one. And it would take me more than even that to get to the one after, because of the way they all scale between the areas.
Right, okay.
So like I ended up at the end of that getting to 37, and it's like if I would have had to spend like 4 more hours to get to 38 in that area, because of the way that the fucking math works out.
MMO leveling.
Kind of, a little bit. The other thing is that because of that, party members catch up to you really fast. So like I actually got a party member at a higher level than me. I was 21 and they were 22. And now everyone's 22. Sorry, and now everyone's the same level. Just because of the way that the math ended up working out on it. The other thing, and this is a tip for you when you eventually get there, is that people not in your party don't get the same rate of experience, right? Unless you put their bond up, right? If you unlock the thing where they get the same amount of experience, they get the same amount of experience as if they were in your active party, right? Well, they also gain the same amount of archetype experience, which means if you put them on a maxed archetype in the background and never use them, they will also start to generate archetype rare candies in the background.
Oh, shit.
So you have the potential to eventually have 7 party members just generating archetype XP for an eighth simultaneously.
And then anyone new is just right in there.
That's how, because everyone starts their archetype at a very low level, but that's how it works. Is like, okay, all of you guys are strong and good now. You're all going to just be put on the back burner for like an hour, and we're going to dump everybody's XP into this person until they're caught up.
What's the party size and limit?
So the party size is 4. And the game has
one of
a
each
mechanical
archetype, as far as we're guessing.
I believe one of each main archetype, because there's like nobody starts as merchant, for example. I know you get one of every race, but I don't know who they are. I believe the final party size is 8, like the whole gang. To get 7 plus you, and then the pilot is a different guy. The game has a bit of a, I don't know what to call this. I would call this a menu spoiler. You unlock the ability from you met Moore, right? The Igor equivalent?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, there's a guy who gives you the ability to see what everyone's unlock is going to be ahead of time.
Okay.
So you can decide whether or not you want to spend time with them. And one of them has a feature that shows you that it will be a 4-man system with 4 people in reserve that you can swap into the fight during the fight. So it is like Final Fantasy X.
Pull them in right away.
But with the whole gang.
Okay.
So you're going to be able to cover like every fucking base by the end of that game.
Also, like if a build is, or if a fight is, like if you come in unprepared or whatever,
this doesn't work for shit.
Yeah, you can just easily
swap them in.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Also, man, you spend a crazy amount of time in that game before getting your 4th party member. Like you are running a 3-man group for a crazy long period of time. And then you get the 4th one, and you're like, now the gameplay has really unlocked. Ooh.
I'm trying to remember, but like, wasn't there like a huge gap between like when Ken joins in P3? Or was that, what am I thinking? I feel like there's...
No, you gotta have somebody new every like 6 weeks in P3.
I feel like there was one character that like took a really long time.
In P4, you get the party of 4 like in the by the end of the first dungeon.
Yeah, and then you're just kind of, anyway, there's a period, I feel like that pacing felt interrupted in one of the earlier games. But anyway, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, you go a crazy long time without having a 4th person. And then you go an equally long time between getting a 5th person, which I still don't have. As for the story, man, it's super cool.
Oh yeah.
I don't really have anything to say about it other than like they like keep giving you the little bits and pieces of the weird meta plot. But the core plot, I have no ability to foresee anything that is going to happen. Like every like big story event has not gone the way that I would have expected.
Okay.
Like consistently. It is totally fascinating and exciting. Awesome.
Yeah, I guess like I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but I imagine like you don't have to kind of be shackled to the idea of returning to a high school, you know, and how things,
Oh, you're all over the place. Like it's a road trip.
anything could happen anywhere at any time for any reason.
Yeah, they also have like landmarks on the map. So during your travel, they'll just take you to a big JPEG of a pretty place and talk to you about the setting. Like straight up, like you want to visit the world's largest ball of yarn? Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do want to. Let's all talk about it.
Nice. Nice.
That game's incredible. That game's awesome. It's fucking. I have one complaint actually, and it's not that. It's very much not a complaint that I would have thought. The soundtrack is hit or miss.
Oh no, the Latin or the Esperanto is getting.
No, the Esperanto shit is all incredible.
Uh-huh.
But like the day-to-day background of the social link music, wandering around certain locations, it's kind of normal.
Okay.
Like a lot of it is like kind of well produced but fairly standard.
It has not been blessed with lotus juice.
No, like the actual, like in dungeons, in fights, in the fucking thick of it, it's some of the best Shoji Meguro has ever made. But in terms of like going to town or just talking with people, it's very low key, and a lot of it is like just very kind of fades in the background. Like this does not have Beneath the Mask.
Okay. So I feel like because, you know, obviously music in Persona is a huge thing, but like I wouldn't just use that as the frame of reference for what I would hope, because the music in SMT, for example, is nothing like the way Persona sounds like, but in SMT...
I fucking love the music in SMT.
But it's so creepy and weird and like apocalyptic and ethereal and like, yeah.
I fucking love it.
It's insanely wild and creepy and out there. And like when I pull like 4 and 5, you know, like that's where I kind of was just like, ooh, what is the identity of this, like this genre? What are these sound effects? You know, like it's a very distinct, creepy fucking vibe that is also awesome. So I would hope that this being its own new thing
a lot of
would have a
Metaphors
distinctness
areas,
to it, like those.
a lot of Metaphors areas kind of sound like they're from a Fire Emblem game.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, this is a really pleasant track for this area. It's normal. It contrasts very heavily to like the Esperanto, like crazy shit that's going on in a lot of the battle tracks.
Okay. Yeah. No, like I'm just like I have like the SMT5 music earworms of just like the weird sound effects that would be playing and shit like that. Like you want your brand or your new IP to have its like thematic identity with that. You know?
Shin Megami Tensei exists in a world in which the Sega Genesis was the dominant 16-bit console.
Oh yeah, all those grungy.
Yeah, it's great.
100%. Okay.
But yeah, other than that, yeah, Metaphor, like in terms of gameplay, in terms of content, I'm just routinely impressed. Calling it the Elden Ring of Atlas is super accurate. Like it is put together in the same way too, where they're like, we stole this from here, we stole this from here, we took this from here, we took this from here.
I guess when I hear that, the first thing I think of is like, and we blew our scale out further and larger than anything we've ever done.
Yeah, I would say so.
By P5 Royale standards?
In terms of scope, yeah, absolutely. In terms of different places. So like the typical Persona thing is either go back to the same dungeon as before or go to the macro dungeon, right? Go to Tartarus or Mementos or something like that. Here, all the side content is in like unique little dungeons.
Okay.
Like you have your big dungeon, but then all your side quests take place in unique little ones. Now, granted, it's tomb, forest, evil tower, cave. And that's where it kind of feels like Elden Ring, where there's a very clear distinction between what Elden Ring would call a legacy dungeon and a side dungeon. But yeah, no, it is very significantly expanded. And even though like the amount of days on the calendar is less, you end up doing a lot more with all of those days, because there's no day in which you didn't get anything accomplished, which is one of the big frustrations I had with 3, 4, and 5, where it's like, hey, do you want to hang out with Akihiko? No, that's a bad example because he's not. You want to hang out with Mitsuru? Well, you guys hung out and talked for a little bit. Maybe you'll get closer next time.
Yeah.
And then you go home and level up your academics for the 45th night in a row. Did you get No, you didn't. And you're like, what the fuck was this fucking nothing day?
Well, you said a thing that led to 2 notes popping up, so the noise was nice, and you got a little bit closer.
Yeah, so the almost total removal of say the right thing, get more points to level up your character in Metaphor makes that shit go real fast by comparison. Because when you go hang out with somebody for their bond, you don't have to bring the right thing. You don't have to say the right thing. That thing's gonna fucking level up.
Bring the right thing. Yeah, right. That too. Man, the moment you start talking about like the scale of this being like an Elden Ring bit, I now I'm like, so Atlas had a team working on this, and then another team on P3 Re, and then another team on Vengeance, I guess.
Did you see somebody posted? I think it was on subreddit. The games that Sega has put out this year.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, between that and then. So I mean, okay. Publishing is not the same because there's different developers, but Sega.
Oh yeah, how many different developers?
Well, so there's the Like a Dragon team. There's the Sonic.
4 of those are from Atlas.
Yeah, and then there's Sonic and Shadow Generations, which is also getting good reviews, and then the Like a Dragon stuff, right?
Yeah, and Monkey Ball also.
And the Monkey Ball game. Yeah.
But like, holy shit.
But I always do kind of go like, yeah, just publishing though, right? Like,
yeah, but let's not sell the Like a Dragon team short. Now, like Infinite Wealth came out in January, and Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is coming out in February of this year. That's a 13-month gap for. I looked it up while we were doing it. What is essentially Yakuza 23. Ridiculous.
We made the assets. Just keep making side missions. Put them in a new game. And put a hat on them.
And also add boats.
Yeah. So I guess the over at Atlas team, like I guess there's probably 3 groups.
Probably.
Interesting. Okay. That's great. That's really cool.
Did you see the new Pirate Yakuza trailer?
No.
It has Black Flag's boat combat in it.
Yes.
Here, let me go.
Let's go. And shanties?
I don't know about shanties. I don't know about that.
I thought I heard a shanty.
They put out a tweet. The Like a Dragon guys put out a tweet that just said A, quadruple A, quit your yawning and come on, let's go pirating. And it looks like they're fucking making fun of Skull and Bones, the first quadruple A video game, if you remember.
Oh, god damn.
Yeah, here you go. Here's the timestamp for naval combat in Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
Okay.
It really just literally is Black Flag's explicit gameplay.
Well, look, man.
Like, the way that it looks, the way that it controls, the way that it shoots, the way that you board.
Someone needs to save naval combat from Ubisoft before that ship goes down.
So like making fun of Ubisoft is fun, but also
yeah, there
oh
you
no,
go.
we're dead. We're dead.
Oh no, hold on.
Everything crashed.
Okay, Twitch has been acting up.
Okay.
Last
Thank God it's not just me, man.
So no, because we're online here. We're continuing like everything's green on this, but Twitch.
I can't see you. You're frozen for me.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, I've had 2 issues with Twitch in the last day or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I've had an issue where if I alt tab out of or is our audio still up?
yeah,
They can hear us?
yeah. We're going. We're
Oh,
live.
thank God I didn't take my dick out. Oh, jeez.
Your audio dick. Yes.
Ah, penis. I've been having this fun thing where when I alt tab out of Metaphor, it crashes OBS somehow.
Weird. Okay. Huh. Yeah, no, that's great. Just get whatever, hey, pirate whatever features you can off of the Ubisoft ship and stick it on
But,
your
like,
own.
Like it took 13 years to put out Skull and Bones, and these guys whipped this out, and like they didn't do it in 13 months. They did it in like probably 2 years or 2.5 years. But like the workflow on these fucking Like a Dragon guys is second to none, man.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
I'm not a fan of the 12-month sequel turnaround. Like that's always
they're great.
Yeah, historically just a rough way to go. Or you eventually like KOF it and realize, yeah, this is bad for the long run.
They've been speeding up. I don't know if you realize that. If you look at the dates,
oh man,
like not only is it 1 a year now, they are speeding up. Sometimes it's 2 a year.
I don't want this KOF and KOTOR 2 timeline.
They used to be on an 18-month cycle, and now they're down to like 14 months. And they come out on computer.
Well,
it's crazy.
Man, I can't wait for a character to jump on Majima's ship called Johnner. and just be, just be a scallywag. And he's
honestly,
he's a trusty crewmate.
I wouldn't even be surprised. I genuinely, they could do anything. So the only times that Yakuza games or Like a Dragon games took like a long time to come out,
Kenward Edway,
is when they would massively increase like the fidelity, right? Mm-hmm. So when they went from PS2 to PS3, okay, that took a while. When they went from PS3 to PS4, that took a while. When they made Like a Dragon and they did the Yokohama stuff, that took a while. But once they have those areas and they're happy with the way it looks, yeah, boom, 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 over and over and over and over.
So I guess the next generation Yakuza game is the one where you can get on a plane from Hawaii back to Japan and then go to Sotenbori as well.
So like they're showing off that Majima is doing a pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and they're showing off all this like Hawaii shit. I would be astonished if you did not go back to Kamurocho or Yokohama in this game at some point.
But what if you did and graphically everything just looked older?
No, it would look exactly the same way it looks like in Infinite Wealth and
yeah,
Like
okay, just same asset. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's no need to change it. Why change it? Why would you ever change it?
It's already made, yeah. Cool.
I foresee like the fidelity of these locations is actually really, really high right now. I foresee them actually not like upgrading like the engine and all that for a while. I think they're gonna ride this one out for like 5 more games.
I mean, you said that the Dodongo Island or whatever had every single old asset droppable, right?
Wooly, it had the texture from Yakuza 1 on PS2 from where Dojima gets shot against the wall in the cutscene. They have absolutely
It's all
kept
in
it.
there. It's
They
all
have kept
in there.
every asset they have ever made. And when you
Man.
see it in Dodongo Island, it's like not only have they kept every asset they've ever made, they've kept it in such a way that they can just insert it into the new versions of the engine. Man. That shit is available.
Remember when like Japanese devs just lost game code, just misplaced the builds?
Wooly, be honest.
Mm-hmm.
When you say lost, you mean destroyed, right?
What was the word I saw this week? Abandoned. Was it? I think it was like abandoned, property or something to that word. Anyway, I forget what the word.
Abandonware?
No, not abandonware. It was Square Enix has like over $130 million in, something. It was like just shit that is just gone, like spent money that's gone, abandoned, whatever, you know.
Development.
Yeah, like something like that, you know. Anyway. Yeah, or like, hey, the SNK, just like Sam Show 64. Who the fuck knows where that ended up? It's gone.
Silent Hill 2.
Just
Famously,
where did it go? Yeah,
I think the strangest thing about Silent Hill 2 is that Konami lost the Gold Master and everything to do with it, but had a non-finished beta version lying around. That must have been on a guy's computer.
Yes.
Like, I kept it. I was working on it at home.
Left the disc in the machine and then just never ejected it from the dev kit. And then, bam, we've got a build from a million years ago. Yeah.
So those of you who don't know what the term gone gold means, it means that when you're making your video game and it's going to be pressed to a disc, the company makes a actual literal gold master copy to be sent off to the factory, which is occasionally really funny if they press the wrong version of the game. But you're also supposed to take that gold master and fucking put it somewhere.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you go from your release candidates and such to your after submission at the very least, anyway. And I mean, obviously it's different now, but like, yeah, there's just this era of pre-mastering, which is the entire process of like putting this stuff on discs and getting it out to the team and everything. Where like entire games are just gone completely. They just evaporated. Everyone's
the only place they exist is in emulated states. And you know this because when Nintendo or Microsoft or Sega or whoever puts out an emulation collection or whatever the fuck, and if you dig deep enough, you find out half the time that they got that shit off a ROM website.
Yeah.
Because that's the only place that fucking shit lives.
Oh man. The original fucking like Last Blade PC edition, and you're just like, that's the fucking Neo Geo BIOS zip file. What are you doing?
I can see it.
I
can open up the file. I can see
you
it.
You downloaded that copy of Last Blade from a Spanish website with Juarez on it, and you went, you know, and you dropped it online and sold it. Or that was it Cooking Mama that was using, like, I think like Visual Boy Advance, like some shit. Like there's just things where like, oh yeah, Nintendo, like they were using actual emulator like code in their official releases as well.
I am so certain that Bloodborne is lost. Like,
you think it's just gone from existence?
I don't have any proof.
Oh
I don't have
God.
any details. But like, no. I can feel it in my gut.
No.
That Bloodborne is literally lost.
No, man, not like this. And Blue Point probably has a remade copy that they're just saying, tell us when. You know?
Well, Blue Point. Oh man,
yeah, they already did it. They're like, hey guys, we did it. Just tell us when. It's right here. You know,
That would be the move. Like the Demon Souls PS5 is to just like, hey, here's Bloodborne PS5. Look, it's very fancy and it's very shiny.
they made Demon Souls. They skipped the entire Dark Souls series and just made Bloodborne, and we're waiting. We're waiting for Sony to say yes, go. All right. What's
I want to play Bloodborne.
Well, in the meantime, you'll be playing other things.
That's true.
When and where?
I'm going to be playing a lot this week, actually. Like I'm probably streaming damn near every single day, all the way out to Halloween, because it's fucking Halloween. But anyway, this week in order, I'm going to be streaming Towerborn. That's a sponsored stream tomorrow. Then on Wednesday, October 23rd, it's Fallout Day. So my darling wife, Peach Saliva, will be doing a Fallout, or will be starting a series of Fallout New Vegas streams, which I have helped put together a Viva New Vegas install on that, so that it will run smooth and not break. So you can go check that over twitch.tv/Peach Saliva on Wednesday. She's also going to stream it on Thursday, but a little earlier in the day.
Pretty sure D. James is working on Towerborn as well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, of
cool.
DJ and Weapon Lord fame, which is pretty dope. Had a chat with him at Evo. You also reminded me I have some emails to answer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Of note, for Paige's New Vegas streams is that they are primarily research for the ongoing Jork report, because season 2 of Fallout will be taking place in New Vegas.
Naturally.
So the tone will be Jork ghoul centered, probably. I can't stop her, and I don't think I should.
More like Jork Vegas.
That's great, Wooly. You get a gold star. Doesn't even fucking rhyme. Doesn't work at all.
Yep, but that's why it does.
I'm also going to be streaming more UFO 50 and Metaphor Refantasio. On Friday, I'm going to be playing a sponsored stream called Creatures of War. And also be taking a look at a game recommended by somebody in chat called Tactical Breach Wizards, which is XCOM but wizards. It's like XCOM, but it's got wizards.
Okay, New York City works really well.
Yeah, New York City's much better.
That's solid.
But you have to know about New Jack City.
There's that. Okay, quick break.
But yeah, no, there's a lot going on. So go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt and twitch.tv/PeachSaliva this week.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and I'll also play Alan Wake 2: The Lake House. I will also play Lake House DLC.
Yeah. Over on Wooly Versus, finishing off Elden Ring and some Phoenix Wright, and then this weekend we know no fighting games. Gonna be
no fighting games. Are you okay?
Fighting games. Oh my god. Yeah, going up to a cabin. Gonna have some fun.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? There is another thing that I should mention. On my social media platform, the podcast, I am, what with the new changes to Twitter and the possibility that Twitter may be banned in Canada in the coming weeks, I am going to advertise that if you follow me on Twitter, go down to Blue Sky and follow me at PatStaresAt on Blue Sky.
True.
Because that block shit is going to cause big legal problems in this country.
Yeah, I'm curious how far that's going to go. I mean, I guess we'll see. I have a Blue Sky up there as well. I haven't done much with it besides just take the name to avoid anyone squatting or being weird.
So I joined. I had a Blue Sky account for years now, but I didn't really use it. And then an app got created where you can basically figure out who you follow on Twitter is on Blue Sky.
Yeah, Sharpie, you mentioned that.
Man, she's super helpful. Shout out to Purple Sharpie.
Yeah.
She's been super helpful when I was moving over to Blue Sky.
She's been long time been an advocate of like platform migration away from this thing for a while. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that a shit ton of artists I follow are not just leaving Twitter, but they're deleting their accounts on the way out. because they don't want it being used up for grok, for that AI garbage.
Yeah. So this was basically going to be a segment a bit later, but I mean, since we're talking about it now, essentially the two big changes to Twitter have been the block function now lets people who you blocked or who blocked you still see, just not interact, which
Great.
is like, okay, that is not what that is
It's
supposed to be
50%
for.
of what I block people for.
So,
It's half of the function.
and you can and it makes a lot more sense when you realize that it's like, oh, it's because when you block when he's Elon salty about you blocking forced accounts like his and other shit,
or advertisers.
yeah, that you anything you don't want to see that's pushed at you in your timeline or whatever that you can get rid of. It's like, no, we don't want you to be able to get rid of that, right? And also I remember early on what the fuck was the account? What is it now currently?
You've given me no information. I have nothing. I need something.
Yeah.
Give me anything. Any detail.
The one account I get notifications for on my phone.
Drill,
whose name has been changing a lot. So, but yes, Drill.
Drill's on Blue Sky.
Has was like, yeah.
He's doing Blue Sky specific tweets. Sorry, skeets.
So I think like when his whole campaign was like block check marks or whatever, then it was like, oh, that's also like bad for business because
it's terrible because like you use Blue Blocker to just block every single person that's verified on Twitter, and what that causes is people who are verified on Twitter, like some percentage of people's tweets are just gone because you can't see them. So to increase the value of the verification, you need to make it so that if you're blocked, you can still see stuff.
Yeah, and I did read as well that like says so the whole grok scraping artist shit is part of it too. There are people that have been using Blue Sky to scrape art. That was something that came up last year, and I think
but
is out there, but it's not the platform holder. Yes, it's not the platform holder themselves.
Yeah,
essentially. But yeah, ultimately, I know that like my goal at pretty much almost all times is to just use all of this shit less. But I would definitely still just be like, hey, well, I'm going live on Twitch or posting the thing up, and you got to communicate to people.
This is of note to you, Wooly. So one of the things about Blue Sky is like it's a different social media platform, and it is literally just off-brand Twitter, right? So I used the Skybridge tool to migrate some of my follows, right? Because like I follow a couple hundred people. I think I follow like 300-ish, right? I follow less people than you would think, I guess. But I was like, okay, how many people that I follow on Twitter are over on Blue Sky? And the answer as of right now is 50%. It's like insanely high. Like, and like a lot of the ones that aren't there are like companies or like, you know, influencer outlets or whatever the fuck. Like nearly everyone that I interact with on Twitter is actually already on Blue Sky and posting regularly there. But much more importantly, I tested this. Casey tested this, Casey Explosion, Sloth Mom, and I saw Pirate Software also test this, where a lot of people had the idea of like, hey, what if we made identical skeets on both platforms simultaneously? Okay.
Heard the word for the first time, processed, understood, internalized.
Yeah. So what's going to happen if I say, for example, point out that my wife literally slipped and almost died on a banana peel, which did happen, that is real. The baby was eating a banana, threw the banana peel on the floor, Paige walked in, and I heard, whoa! And she literally almost died. But like, let's just...
The Animaniacs dimension. Yep. Okay.
Absolutely. So let's just cross post those and I, you know, you set them up and they both go simultaneously, right? What I discovered is that despite the fact that I have 100,000 people on Twitter and I have 8,000 people on Blue Sky, when I posted those, I got 10 times more people liking, viewing, commenting, reposting on Blue Sky than I did on Twitter. Because on Blue Sky, I'm not being crushed by the verified algorithm and the follow list is just a simple chronological series of your fucking messages in a row. So when I do go live tweets on Twitter, they are horribly buried, and people say they see them hours later. When I do my go live tweets on Blue Sky, everybody who's on it at the time sees them within a couple minutes. It's just literally more effective.
Yeah.
So if you want to keep up with my schedule and my go live shit and figure out what's going on the stream, follow me at Pat Stairs on Blue Sky, because it is literally faster and more effective to get my messages.
I hope it sticks this time. I feel like there have been attempts in the past to get, folks, come on, are we?
So,
and then it doesn't always stick, and then sometimes it turns out to be a wild Saudi Arabian data scraping scam, like that other platform from the past.
So in Seinfeld, Jerry is talking to Elaine about her breaking up with Putty. And he says that you can't just break up in one go. It's like tipping over a Coke machine. You got to rock it back and forth a little bit, and then it's almost about to go over, and then you can push it over. Every single time Twitter does more bullshit or sucks more, I see we got to go to Blue Sky, and then people post on Blue Sky for a month, and they go back to Twitter because that's where their audience is, right?
Exactly, yes.
But every single time that happens, more and more and more people are there and posting for longer.
Right. The 100K this time, right?
So the blockchain hasn't gone into effect yet, and I've seen half the people I follow go over.
Yeah, that's happened in November.
If anything is going to tip this Coke machine over, it's going to be the fucking AI and block thing that's happening simultaneously on the same day on November 15th.
And the funny part too, like, wasn't this created by Jack as well?
It was created by Jack.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to hear the funniest thing? You know what Blue Sky was supposed to be? Blue Sky, he leaves Twitter and he's like, Twitter's done. I did Twitter.
Yeah.
We're going to make a decentralized blockchain social media platform. And it's going to be, you can do anything and have all different feeds and plug in every website, and it'll be on the blockchain. It'll have all support for all this crypto shit. But before that got off the ground, Elon started to ruin Twitter. And so the plan seems to have switched to just make Twitter again.
Just make it work.
Just literally do it again. Because when it started, it had no DMs. It had no pinned messages and shit like that. Like, that's why I didn't use it, because it didn't have any DMs. So if I wanted to be like, would you like to commission this thing? I'm not going to put that into an @
Also,
that's weird.
Also, it goes down a bunch, right? Because the capacity is not yet there or something. It's had some...
Oh, I don't know, but you can join it now if you want.
It's had some stumbles of like, the whole thing's gone down with too many people before. Right?
Oh yeah, no, in the early days when they were invite only, yeah, it could go down just from stress.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I get it. We'll see how things go and whether it sticks and stuff. But like, yeah, that makes sense.
It's the sting of going from 100 to 12 followers is but that is definitely soothed by the fact that people are actually seeing my dank shit posts more.
I mean, I'd say, most importantly, if you want to see fucking, like, when art is gone, when fucking fighting game artist tweets are not visible anymore.
Oh, Hungry
Clicker. It's like,
is gone.
The gun pointed at the account, right? So yeah, Hungry Clicker's gone. All right. Well,
so
you know where you got to go.
So it says a lot that when you go to Blue Sky, the way it works is you can follow feeds. You can go to like just my followers or just people who mention me. And then they have suggested feeds such as the Brazilian supercluster, which is the massive influx of Brazilians that came in when Twitter was shut down.
True.
And now, when Twitter was shut down in Brazil, and now they have the Japanese supercluster for the enormous amount of Japanese artists that are leaving Twitter en masse because they hate that AI shit. And I assume there is going to be a Canadian supercluster if this block thing doesn't get reverted, because Canada will ban it.
So the digital blocking requirements, it doesn't. I want to say, doesn't the UK have something similar as well?
They do.
Yeah, yeah. It's not just Canada.
Yeah, Canada's the one that is like, it is illegal now. Like it is the blocking thing, if it goes into effect, will be against the terms of service on Google, against the terms of service of Apple, which means it might get pulled from the fucking App Store. And it is not legal to be used in Canada either. So like all three of those may come down on like the 3rd or 4th week of November. So is he going to roll it back? Yes, he is going to roll it back, because you can't have a social media app you're not allowed to download on your phone. It's not very useful. But people will leave during that process.
Yeah, it's just interesting how, like, social media sites don't really like die anymore. They just kind of like zombie shuffle, They kind of like Facebook and stuff.
Facebook is literally a corpse being puppeted by robots.
Yeah, like so in the olden days, I couldn't tell you if anything is up if you were to go look for a Zanga or a live journal.
It's gone.
Yeah, that's actually dead.
My
right?
Zanga is gone, brother.
Actually dead, right? But now things just kind of enter a weird zombie state, and then they just sit there and like whatever ads get served up, and your grandparents get confused by what they read. But like everything kind of just becomes that, I mean, Tumblr died, but then Tumblr still hosted up online. You can go.
Yeah, the only purpose of Facebook now is for the Twitter account, and hopefully soon Blue Sky account, called Insane Facebook AI Slop. Which is just like this guy just rolls onto his fucking grandma's Facebook, I guess, and just finds just the most unintelligible nonsense. It makes no sense, has no words, just nightmare shit.
But yeah, it does feel like there's like things like Twitter sized are sort of do just kind of enter zombie state instead of like death state.
Yeah,
like a Vine or something.
The only thing that could kill Twitter genuinely is this app has been made illegal in 10 countries.
Yes, that is a quick fast forward to that. Okay, quick break.
Yeah, let's piss. Woo.
BRB. All right.
Dude, while we were gone, I was looking to boot and I saw a fucking Reddit thread on Fortnite that says, "Is it true that Fortnite stops working after bedtime? I want to play past 9 p.m., but mom says the game turns off then. Why does it do that?" And I'm like, I can't, dude.
Oh, that's amazing.
Like, I can't wait.
Oh,
I cannot wait to lie. I cannot wait.
God damn.
Sorry, little man. Your Nintendo's tired. Sorry. No, it's after tonight when it goes to bed. He'll be okay tomorrow, but he's tired
God.
for now.
Just 3 kids sitting in a circle with their hands like you know, for conversation, just like, why does Fortnite shut down after bedtime?
Wait, how does it know? Wait, Jamie, you go to bed at 8:30. How does it know to shut down for just you?
In podcast formation. Is Fortnite overrated? Oh, fuck. That's great. Quick word from our sponsors.
I love sponsor.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
I love you, ExpressVPN, but I love your copy producer even more.
Going online without ExpressVPN is like having sex without a condom. Most of the time, you might be fine, but the repercussions could be huge. Do you really want to raw dog the whole internet?
Maybe I do, actually. No, that's irresponsible.
There's all kinds of repercussions. That's crazy.
You have no idea what could happen.
No idea. You know. What's that? Is that a lump? Where'd that come from? What is that shape? I don't recognize that. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Is that a bump? Oh no. You don't want to get internet pregnant. You definitely don't want that.
I mean, that's a risk.
You don't want that.
That's a huge risk. Yeah.
That's a risk.
So my prior comments about condoms notwithstanding, you need protection, folks. It would take a hacker with a supercomputer over 1 billion years to get past ExpressVPN's encryption.
1 billion years?
So what you need to do is get in there and get yourself protected in the easy, simple-to-use way with ExpressVPN. You can get it on your phone, your laptop, your tablets, and all your devices. You can stay secure on the go. Fire up the app, click one button, and you'll be protected. It's rated #1 by top tech reviewers like CNET
#1
and The Verge, and that is the easy way that I know I like to teleport around the world when need be, to buy a game at midnight if midnight is happening earlier in New Zealand, or to watch shows that I wouldn't be able to watch otherwise.
And let me tell you, unlike condoms, it feels just as good to use ExpressVPN as it does to surf raw.
You do not notice the performance difference whatsoever.
You actually don't notice at all. I'm like, it's not even a joke.
It's crazy. You would think it would be like, oh, there's something else in between here.
Because of the extra layer.
But actually, you know, surprisingly, I mean, this is crazy. This is wild, but I am going to endorse that extra layer of protection.
Because like sometimes
uncharacteristically
sometimes, right, you're like, hey, I'm gonna surf the internet raw, and you know, someone more responsible is like, you really shouldn't do that. You should put that layer on. And you're like, I'm just gonna go kick rocks outside. I would actually rather not even bother. But ExpressVPN, you can't tell the difference. It feels just as good.
9 times out of 10, that extra layer is garbage. But in this instance, it is great, and it actually protects you from the wild shit out there on the internet, and from getting your identity thefted by who knows what, by not letting your ISP sell your data, all that stuff. You need to get yourself protected. So I think it's pretty good, and I appreciate that it's easy to use. So yeah, Secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/superbeast. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast, and you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thank you, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
And no thank you, latex or lambskin.
You know, this
I don't know how we got here.
this
I can feel a bit forming. This is like
anti-condom
yeah,
bit,
no
bit with a wink is one of the funniest bits that we've ever, like, we both simultaneously and separately started on there, but there's a difference here, and the difference is that I look at my tiny little baby boy and I think, man, this is gonna backfire on me real bad. This is gonna we're gonna have to have a real do as I say, not as I do bit.
explaining the context of bits.
Listen, what Dad says on the internet is fictional and for entertainment purposes only.
It was just a bit, son. It was just a bit. Do it for the bit. It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny because it's like the first time around, it's just like, what the fuck? Where'd that come from? That's wild. And then the second time around, it's like, oh, we're forming lore right now. Yeah. I see how this works. Well,
it's not the same as encouraging drunk driving. That's not true. Drunk driving doesn't feel way better than regular driving.
I would never encourage anyone to be irresponsible or do anything that's dangerous or stupid.
That might
that's
be
dumb.
The biggest lie you've ever said. You have encouraged so many irresponsible things.
I am not telling anyone to go out there and do anything stupid. You do what the fuck.
Listen. You can't hit it raw because your dick might get fucked up or you might get pregnant. But just so you know, that doesn't feel nearly as good. So just keep it in mind. You can't.
Don't
be
stupid. Do things smart.
Don't do it.
Do what you gotta do, etc.
Don't do it. But you're missing out.
Meanwhile, I'm a chill over here, feeling awesome.
Oh, what with your wife?
You know, you do what you need to do. Be safe, be smart. Don't fucking, don't do it. I don't encourage any dumb. All right. This week, the podcast is also sponsored.
All right, I got it. I'm good. I'm here.
Got a new sponsor. Today's episode is brought to you by Turtle Beach.
Oh, sick.
The #1 brand in gaming headsets and accessories. You know the deal. Yeah. When I was rebuilding my setup some time ago, I got me some Turtle Beach headphones for that as well. That is absolute quality. And yeah, they've got the...
Can you hook me up with some Turtle Beach headphones, sponsor?
Yeah.
I could go for some Turtle Beach headphones.
The new Gen 3 Stealth 700 headsets are pretty incredible. I mean, hey, we all know what it's like when you've got that one friend who seems to always have their headset die right before you're down to the last 2 teams.
Dude.
Doesn't that suck?
It's awful.
That's a relatable use case.
Bro, come on. Where are you at? Is his thing that? Oh, God damn it. Come on.
The Turtle Beach Stealth 700s have an insane 80-hour battery life with quick charge, so you rarely have to think about charging it.
I don't know how quick charge works. I don't understand it.
So again, I think my understanding of it is that the magic is that it's almost like people filing into an auditorium are like electrons looking for a charge. And so the first group can just find a bunch of seats easily right away. And so that first, and then you can just start moving. The show can start once
it's just crazy because like once things started to get quick charge, it made like the biggest difference in the world.
It's great
in using things with long battery lives. Because like half the time you get a headphones, you're like, oh, I let it die.
Don't do that.
But like as long as you got like what 10 minutes, you can get like a couple hours into it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And of course, you know, if you need, as far as I'm concerned, if you need to sound crystal clear and make sure that you have enough charge to be as toxic as you need to be into that microphone when you get dumpstered in ranked online, when you have a really bad night, you know, when that MR just goes through the fucking through craters through the center of the earth.
Bro, I played Bison like 2 nights ago, and I had climbed up to like 1450 again, and I'm dumpstered all the way down to like 1320, and I was so mad. I lost like 20 in a row, man.
So when you need to get as toxic as you need to be online with people playing fighting games, and you want your voice to be crystal clear, Turtle Beach Stealth 700s, y'all, don't sleep on them. And you know, the besides the quick charge and the ability to, of course, you can connect multiple devices. So you have a cross-play dual wireless transmitter system. You can connect your Bluetooth and then your USB receiver as well. You get the dongle going, and you can connect the two devices at once. And so there's a handy switchover button. Of course, you can, you know, chat into either device as needed. But what I found to be legitimately remarkably fucking awesome was having the dongle and Bluetooth. So the Bluetooth connected to my headphone, and then the PC receiver was in the computer, and both things were playing, and you hear them simultaneously.
Really?
So I was listening to my phone, a podcast was playing, and then I was setting up, and I'm using the computer as well, and can take a call and do whatever's going on.
Do that.
And you legitimately have two layers of both devices you're connected to playing at the same time. That's incredible. I haven't had anything that's used that before, and that's a game changer, because not even switching over, but hearing both at the same time at different different volume levels is incredible. Super duper good. Yeah. So no, just real talk. It's an incredible feature, and I am going to be using the shit out of that to listen to two devices at once, because I need that, because I have a lot of devices in my life. So get the ultimate immersive gaming experience with Turtle Beach today. For a limited time only, head to turtlebeach.com and use code CASTLE for 10% off your entire order. That's 10% off your order at turtlebeach.com with promo code CASTLE. Thank you, Turtle Beach.
Thanks, Turtle Beach. You call me. I could talk up those headphones so good if they were on my head.
And this week we got the show sponsored by Boot.dev.
Hey, Boot.dev, what's up? Coding's scary. Can you help me?
Boot.dev can help you. Coding is very hard, and it's a really worthwhile use of your time if you want to learn how to code, because if you can make it as a programmer, as of 2023, the median salary for back-end developers in the U.S. was over $100K, according to Stack Overflow. So
that's pretty good.
That's a pretty decent earning potential for a gig. And it's been daunting as hell as somebody who has tried and failed to learn coding. In particular, if you're trying to learn Python and Go, then the smartest way to learn is to make sure you're never bored in the process. And so Boot.dev is like an online, self-paced RPG that teaches you...
Gamified it.
...how to code as you play through the levels. You progress through every stage. There's experience. There's progression. There's little challenges that you get introduced to at each level. And... as you go on, there's a also a great Discord that you can go into to chat with other programmers or other people that are learning together as well. But as you earn achievements, complete quests, level up, and put your name up on the global leaderboard as well, you are learning to get better and better at coding.
Man, global leaderboard for a learning program is so genius for a bunch of different people's personality types.
Gamify it. Gamify everything.
Like I'm watching Gene bang his head against Astrobot leaderboards right now. He's so mad. Now imagine if instead of using that on Astrobot, he used that on learning something.
Right? Yeah. So you also have a 30-day no questions asked refund policy and a free demo of every course and its interactive features. Again, that interactive Discord community as well. And yeah, it's not just a get rich quick scheme. They're taking time to help you get the fundamentals so you're prepared for a job in tech. So all content on boot.dev as well, since not everyone can afford a membership, can check it out and read and watch in guest mode. So a paid membership unlocks hands-on coding. However, you can you can browse the content and see what's going on and what you're learning in read and watch in guest mode as well. So yeah, that is pretty handy, pretty smart, and I wish that a lot of the skills I have in life I was able to learn by gamifying. Maybe one of my many failed projects would have gotten off the ground if I had boot.dev.
All you needed for that project was something like boot.dev or somebody to just give you a little treat when you did a good job.
A little, there you go, just little
sweet treat.
Little yum nom.
You did a good job today, Wooly. Here you go.
Little nom nom. So yeah, you can click the link in our description below and use the code CastleSuperBeast to get 25% off your first month or even your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. Yeah, that's the link is over at boot.dev/ !promo equals CastleSuperBeast. And then use the code CastleSuperBeast and you'll get 25% off your first payment for boot.dev. Thank you, boot.dev.
Thanks, boot.dev. We actually have somebody in the chat who is using it right now and was saying that it's great.
Awesome.
I'm glad that you folks are learning about boot.dev.
Hard confirm. All right.
If boot.dev came earlier, Wooly would have made UFO 50. That's so much closer.
That's literally not even a lie.
That's so
it's not even a lie. Damn. Headphones, programming, and condoms. What more do you need?
No condoms.
Hey, yo, Vampire Survivors. Guess what?
They did it.
They did it.
Heaven.
They actually did it. The loop is closed.
So it's really funny. I started showing that trailer to Paige this morning. Then it's just an animated trailer. And we're about 30 seconds in, and she hears the Castlevania music, and she goes, "Is this fucking Vampire Survivors?" Which, like, yeah, no, that's the thing. Like,
yeah.
Did they do it? They fucking did it.
Everything went full circle of the moon. Yeah, man. So, Vampire Survivors Ode to Castlevania DLC was announced today. And, like, the fact that fucking, like, Ponkel can just release $4 DLC forever on this game.
So I haven't played the Among Us DLC or the Contra DLC, and I didn't beat the adventure mode. What this means is there is now more content in Vampire Survivors than there was when I 100%ed the first 2 DLCs.
Oh my god.
Like, there's more content I haven't played than there was when I 100%ed the game every time a patch came out.
So with all these build up of like, it's like, it's almost like a talk show or like a show where you're like, hey, you're collaborating with all these others, but you know who they want to get on the show, but you're just like, can we ever get them though?
And they're like, we got Tom Hanks's brother.
Oh, his best friend that hung out that one time. The one that was on the stream that didn't say the N-word. And then, and you go on, and then they just kind of like, yeah, like they got Among Us, they got the mother. Right. They got Castlevania. The thing that they're ripping off and homaging and just the whole time. You have it now, and they're like, what are they going to do now that they have the deal on the table? Well, the breakdown on Steam, because when you read it, they're just like, yeah, this is not a one and sitting and done expansion.
This is Vampire Survivors 2.
It has 40 plus weapons, 20 plus characters, 30 plus tracks, and one big castle.
That is Vampire Survivors 2. That like...
And
straight up,
it is, and like they're like which of the whip wielding protagonists would not show up in this type of celebration? Spoiler text: none.
Everyone is here.
Literally all of everything,
is here.
All of it.
So like this is how like where we're at in media. They said everyone is here, and then they show the thing of the poster, right? And in that poster is like everyone that I would expect to be there, plus a bunch that I wouldn't. Like, oh, Julius. And then I'm watching it and I'm like, is that fucking Jonathan Morris from Bloodlines? Oh my God. It is everyone. It actually is everyone.
Now here is the rub. By including everyone, one must include Alucard.
Who is a Dompier, as we all know.
Half.
No, he's a Dompier.
Half.
He is not a half vampire. He is a Dompier.
Okay. And what about Soma Cruz?
He is a reincarnation. He is a regular person. Just happens to be a little magical.
So the rule is not broken.
The rule is not broken.
There is no vampires anywhere in Vampire Survivors.
I think.
Oh my God.
I think if the game did feature a vampire, that this is the only time it would be appropriate for the non-vampire game to have the vampire, because it's the vampire, and it's not just
you
like
could.
Bram Stoker's fucking Dracula. No, this is video game's own fucking Dracula.
The one your entire game was based on, if they wanted to, which we have so far not seen them do. But there is a half vampire.
That is not a half vampire. That is a Dompier.
Pat, have you ever heard of the one drop rule?
I have. But it doesn't apply for Alucard. It only applies for Blade.
How you doing, my Octoroon? But you in there, though. But you in there.
I can hang out in the daylight.
Alucard is in there.
Yeah.
Alucard is in there. You can call it what you want to call it, but he's in there, though.
You can call it what you want to call it. I'm not calling it nothing other than Dompier. This conversation is causing Automod to freak out. I don't know if you're looking over here.
I'm not.
Autobot is not having it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Could he get his tax-free card? Possibly. I imagine.
That's a tough question.
I don't know, man. I think we have a half vampire in the game, but shit. All right. I don't see why we gotta. I don't see why we gotta. Erasure. This is vampire erasure, as far as I'm concerned.
Isn't the purpose of vampires for them to be erased? Aren't we supposed to erase vampires? I thought that's what we were doing, or merely survive.
Listen, all right. This is not an Urizen V situation. This is
Vampire Survivors being like the shittiest, fakest looking game that's like a slot machine. And like I have seen this happen like 10 times. Like you were one of them where you explain Vampire Survivors and people go, I don't know. And then the jingle of the fucking coins. And then your face does what your face is doing right now. And just like over and over and over.
I have revealed it to many people, and it's the moment you open the treasure box. That's
and the dance.
It's the as the bits go, like that's it. It's all the good chemicals. Yep.
Every good chemical.
I've watched that happen the strongest specifically in Vampire Survivors with that moment, and I've watched it happen with Balatro. And I've shown
Balatro.
I showed my cousin who he plays cards, and he hasn't gamed that much, these days. He used to back in the day, and I showed him Balatro, and he's just like, okay, so it's like video poker. And I was like, yeah, but you can do more. You can like actually bend the rules, and you can get special jokers. And it kind of explained. He's like, okay, and he did a couple, and he's like, mm-hmm. And then I was like, okay, now you see that right there? Now watch this. You can turn that card also into a king. So now, hey, look at that. You got 5 of a kind. And it went like tuk, 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 tuk. And it went, and then it lit on fire because the score was so high. And it flew to the side, and it turned into cash. And he went, oh no. Oh, no. This is bad, dude. This is bad. You can't be showing me this. He's like, I gotta work, man. I got kids, dude. Like, you can't be showing me this. It was the moment, like, it all counted up and lit on fire and then cashed out. And I was like, yeah, the good button.
We're using the power of addictive gambling for good.
I mean, once you know about the button, you can't ignore it. You can't convince game developers to not press it.
I cannot, like, fucking Vampire Survivors is it's so good, and it's such a good deal, and it's on sale. It's on sale right now. They know.
How about
it's 25% off right now.
25% off of what?
Of fucking $6.
Okay, but now I get that Hollow Knight thing of like, no, man, take money. Come on, don't be stupid.
You could buy. Hold on, this is Canadian dollar, so obviously Americans you'd have to change it. But all the DLC plus the full game is fucking like 11. It's like $16.
Like, yeah,
I got 83 hours out of the fucking base game, man.
There's a point you hit with this type of shit where it's like, okay, Dev, you've made your point. Everyone appreciates it. Stop being a fucking monk, man.
I remember when this game cost
please
like $1.
Take some money. You're doing a good job.
Vampire Survivors cost like $1?
Yes.
Like literally $1?
And you looked at it and thought, oh, that's about right for this piece of shit.
And then you're like, oh my God, this is infinity fucking value.
Like, it looks like it's worth $1. It looks like it's worth $1, so you go, that checks out. And you find out very quickly that it's fucking so much better than that.
And then he raised the price, and he raised the price to like $4. And you were like, who even gives a shit? Like, man. Oh my God.
So yeah, here comes the Castlevania DLC with just like, yeah, again, a sequel's worth of content dropped in. And like all the weapons are just like loving references to all the shit that the characters do in the series. Like it's all there. And you see the monsters you're going to be fighting as well. Like it is a full on, like, what if we made a Vampire Survivors game that was just Castlevania, but instead of making it its own game for Konami, we just made the game and then put it inside of our game.
So, this is the weirdest thing. Konami after torching their games business very dramatically a couple of years ago, and all that pachinko shit in the pandemic, they're like, we're gonna get back into video games. And the Metal Gear collection is fixed now, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but the Metal Gear collection on PC and the consoles, it's fixed. It runs and works like it's supposed to.
Okay.
The audio bugs are fixed. It renders the resolutions it's supposed to. It runs the frame rates it's supposed to. It's fixed. It like, do you want to play Metal Gear Solid? You finally
you
literally just can go. There's a new Silent Hill game that's great. They crossed over with Dead by Daylight and Vampire Survivors, and those fucking crossovers have been great. And it's like, all the Castlevania collections, they just did the Dominus thing. That's really good. Everything they're doing is great, other than making a new goddamn Castlevania game.
So I think we were talking about where Delta was going to land the other day. The PT fuck up will live forever, but then again, it spawned and created a bunch of.
We got Death Stranding.
We got Death Stranding out of the
whatever.
exchange. Exactly right. So history corrects that one, but there is also those other Silent Hill games that are new that are coming, too. We will.
We don't need to worry about that.
Well, I just will see how it goes, but so far it looks like there's some good choices coming out for what was once like the jail that was holding Snake, Dracula, and fucking what were we just saying? Pyramid Head.
Silent
Hill. Yeah. We'll see. But it's nice that it's not just a complete fucking absolute embarrassment for those IPs that people give a fuck about after all this time. I'd be curious.
The only thing Konami needs to do now is get another Metal Gear collection that lets you play MGS4 and Peace Walker and Poops on fucking your PC, and then that company can burn down. Like, I don't even give a shit. Like, just get me the way to play all the Metal Gear games.
I know that,
including Poops.
So I know that like it's not the case, but I feel as if for some reason they would have to ask Sony permission to release 4. I know, but it feels like it. It feels like they have to ask permission to port 4 somewhere.
You know what's really funny about Metal Gear Solid 4 is that the further I get away from Metal Gear Solid 4, the more I'm like, man, I really didn't like MGS4 at all. But it's really important that I can play it if I want to, because I can't.
It let you play with your Metal Gear toys. It lets you enjoy the Metal Gear Museum.
That's not true.
No,
Metal Gear Solid 4's biggest problem is that they don't let you play with your Metal Gear toys.
It let you watch your Metal Gear toys. Yeah. I mean, it has to someday. It can't stay jailed on the PS3 forever.
Well, they've literally talked about how they're working on it.
Oh, okay.
That's probably the most work of anything, just to, because that thing had so many PS3 specific weird fucking things in it.
But yeah, so Castlevania DLC coming out on Halloween.
Yep.
Pretty fucking solid. And then on that same note, with Silent Hill 2 remake, Bloober team does an interview.
This headline rules so hard.
We are done making shitty games, and Silent Hill 2 remake was not a fluke.
This is a great quote.
Holy shit.
This is great.
Man. So they see this as the start of Bloober Team 3.0. And like, yeah, Silent Hill 2 Remake was the best reviewed game. And they've also announced Chronos New Dawn, which
Which is
was
their own unique horror game.
their own unique horror game with trailers seemed interesting. You know, with the chess playing astronaut
and demons
demons
whatnot.
and exactly. So we'll see what's going on there. But yeah, there it's an acknowledgement essentially that the medium and all that shit beforehand. That's wild.
Hey, it is respect worthy.
That is wild.
They have come out and been like, yeah, that shit sucked. We're only doing good stuff now. That is awesome of them to say that.
I mean, like the process
now
of
let's fucking see though.
So remaking a really good game gives you some rails to follow, you know. But then, as you were describing it, you were mentioning how much new stuff that was expanded on.
Yeah, but they're coloring inside the lines of their cartoon house, and then they're adding a nice little tree to the next to it. You know,
and the process of coloring inside the cartoon lines shows you what making a good game feels like.
That's crazy.
You learn something in the process.
They're making the good game, and they're like, is this what it feels like? Oh, we should have been chasing this feeling. The feeling of doing a good job.
The wildest part, though, with this headline is, like, you're straight up going, like, yeah, we made some shit before, but now we're not doing that anymore. And it's like, wait, when did the medium come out?
Oh, not long ago.
2021! It came out 3 years ago!
Just a couple years ago.
You know, it's not like, oh man, back in the 10 years, fucking that shit we made like 24 months and a bit.
Oh, that was ages ago. And like, yeah, somebody points out that like Mercury Steam did this. Mercury Steam made a bunch of trash, and then they made some amazing shit.
The Castlevania side-scrolling.
Oh, that game's terrible. That is really bad.
Lords
of Shadow 1's all right.
Lords of Shadow
1. It's all right.
Yeah.
Lords of Shadow 2 is not all right.
Yeah, so I mean, I like just a wild statement of self-awareness, and good on Bloober.
Awesome.
Let's see where that goes.
Man, if this game sucks, that's gonna be real.
Oh, Chronos: The New Dawn.
Oh man.
I mean,
nobody ever calls it out. The only time I can think of where I can think of a developer that was like just pointing at the stands, going, "We're knocking it out of the park," was Itsuno with DMC5. With the phrase, "It will exceed all of your expectations,"
mm-hmm.
Which is awesome.
If Chronos fails, though, there is like you retreat back to making remakes, or you die as a company.
Well, they said and I think it was in that interview that like we're not opposed to working on Silent Hill again in the future.
Yeah. And again, but as you pointed out last week, it's like, well, if with 1 and 3's connection point, 4 would be the logical jump.
4 is the one. 4 is the one.
Mm-hmm.
Also, 4 is like the last one that was good, but it was like, oh, it needs it more than any of the others. I swear to God.
DMC
fucking 4 is so jank, dude.
DMC5 will exceed your expectations, and then it actually does.
The phrase was specifically, damn, it will exceed all of your expectations.
Damn, dude. What a moment. What a fucking time. Well, yeah, no, that's good for them. So alongside that, not much, but just some people were able to pull out that the Mario and Luigi Brothership is being developed by Acquire. So despite Nintendo's efforts to hide that shit, bury it, and fucking make sure nobody knows who's making the game.
Oh, I forgot.
Don't look at them. Look over here.
I forgot it was Brothership.
It's Brothership. I like it. I think it's fine. Nothing wring with that.
Yeah.
We don't have to let the internet taint every word.
Nah, you do. Every word.
You see, you would think it would be used to describe the supernatural fandom, but they sidestepped right around that word. They just got
Did they?
yeah. They went right to the meat and potatoes, and they called it twincest.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, that Jensen Ackles guy is pretty handsome.
So can you really blame them? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Can you? Yes. Will you? Yes. But no, yeah, we will.
I've never seen an episode of it, but I feel like in my brain it's like, damn, this hot like mom that's a widower is getting possessed by the devil. Should we go save her? Like, yeah, I guess, but nah, let's just like make out over here instead, bro. And then not really, but then I don't know, roll credits. I feel like that's what that show is.
And then halfway during the writing of this, it's like, and then he grew the beard that he had on in The Boys.
Did he do that in the show? Was that
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
He just looks way better with the beard.
So yeah, Acquire. They're the devs behind Octopath Traveler and such. So that's
Oh, cool.
Mhm.
That's probably great then.
Probably great. Not great.
Oh no, I hate not great things.
There was a Yoko Taro fan archive that basically collected all near related works and had like tons and tons of info over on Accord's library. That it had everything about Drakengard and like just all these I mean, when your lore can be found in stage plays, collecting them all in one place is quite an endeavor. And it was good enough that Yoko Taro himself said that he thanked them for making it. And
hey, that's cool.
And that's great. And then a few months later, Square Legal contacted them and basically forced them to shut it down. Their message was, these past few years have been a pleasure, but we regret to inform you that we've been contacted by Square Enix Legal, and after some private communication based on the outline requirements, we've come to the conclusion that Accord's library must close its doors by the end of the month. So we're sad to see it go, but we must respect the wishes of the legal team. It's just crazy because it's literally like, after getting official acknowledgement, you're also in the eye of Sauron.
Yoko Taro is not official acknowledgement. Yoko Taro is just some weird guy
rolling around the floor screaming, "Fuck Square Enix."
Normally you'd be like, oh, they're shutting this down. That must mean that like there's going to be some kind of official thing coming down. But this is Square Enix, so actually no, go fuck yourself. There's definitely actually nothing coming at all. This shit's just dead, and there's no reason to believe they're going to do that.
The word I was looking for earlier was content abandonment. Square Enix has lost $140 million to content abandonment. Yeah. So it sucks, and it seems like basically, even though again it was like this great resource for all this info and stuff, and again you'd feel like, why would fan access to like media and stuff relating to this thing be a problem? And the guess is that it's because they also had stuff that was not in circulation anymore, fan translations, scans of like mangas and novellas that you just can't find anywhere else.
Why don't you just make it available, you dumb fucking assholes?
Well, fuck you, no, and also fuck anybody that tries to read it.
Well, I kind of lost myself there for a second and like forgot that you were playing a character. So when you said "fuck you," no, I almost blew up at like the fucking, because it's so fucking annoying that
you thought I was Squeenix. You thought I was Square.
I like saw you as a fucking Square Enix logo for a second.
Man,
It's like, oh, shut the fuck up. Just leave it alone. God damn it.
Just, shit that, like, God forbid anyone like the thing that you made and sold and want to know more about it. God forbid. Fuck them.
Hey, here's a question. Square Enix, your all-time most marquee franchises ever, Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. Let's take Final Fantasy, one I'm more familiar with. If I wanted to play Final Fantasy VIII right now, how would I actually do that? I don't think I can.
Has it not been put on anything?
I don't think it has. I know 7 has, and I know 9 has.
I guess not.
Oh, it is. It's right there.
Is it?
Yeah, okay. Still, though, my point remains.
Oh, okay. All right. It's on PSN. It's on Steam.
Okay, fuck it. If
All
I
right.
wanted to play Brave Fencer Musashi,
All right, yeah, that was a blow up.
Which I
That
might.
completely the momentum has stalled.
Damn it.
Plane's going down, buddy.
Damn it.
It's
I tried.
It's right there. It's actually.
I tried.
It's literal. It's right. It's
Oh.
right there.
No.
Okay, well the point still is don't fucking shut down a fan site, man. What the fuck? That's stupid. That sucks. People just want to like the thing that you want them to buy. Huge L.
I like Brave Fencer Musashi. I like it.
Can't even say the fucking.
Whatever. Can I play Xenogears? The game I actually really care about a lot? No, I can't. Even though it has rollback now. Xenogears got rollback before it got a goddamn real re-release.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know?
Oh, the versus mode, the competitive.
The versus mode in Xenogears has rollback now.
That's amazing. That's incredible. Wow, the fan base. Holy shit. Speaking of rollback, Ubisoft France tried to roll back the rules and force a change to the in-office policies, and that has resulted in 700 employees walking out on a 3-day strike.
What is the change? Maybe I can touch your boobie a little bit.
Yeah, somewhere in there, you'd think. No, they wanted to force a 3-day return to office policy, which nobody wants to do. And
Ubisoft is uniquely disadvantaged from trying to get people back into the office.
oh, you think there's some disincentives from being physically in the office?
I think there are enormous disincentives to working in office at Ubisoft.
Well, they believe that being in office would boost creativity and teamwork while respecting individual circumstances. Anyway, they're
Boost your fucking nuts, freako.
Ubisoft is in trouble, dude. I don't know if
you even have the newest Ubisoft is in trouble article ready.
Well, I mean, I feel as if ever since the buyout potential announcement from at least 2 weeks ago or so, it's like fast tracking to make it happen. Because you almost are like, when there's people that want that value to dip even lower so that the buyout gets easier. I don't know if they make it to like the new year or at least the quarter after this without some major, at least changes to who's holding what stock.
Would you like to read the newest "Is Ubisoft going to make it" article?
Ubisoft targeted by class action lawsuits for allegedly sharing customers' data with Meta.
not even the one I was talking about. That's not, that's not even the one I was talking about.
I'm sorry.
I was talking about something completely different.
Oh, my mistake. Whoops. Because this, yeah, that also happened. Not that one? Which one? Which one were you thinking of?
I was talking about the one from Inside Gaming. Did you see this one? Assassin's Creed Shadows early access and season pass have been canceled.
Oh, no, I did not. Well, whoopsie doodle. This page does not exist.
Yeah. So, no more season pass. It must be all hands on deck to damn near. Like early access is 3 days, right? So they need the 3 extra days you get from early access.
Where is this happening? Oh, this happened today.
This was 4 hours.
4 hours ago. But the article is deleted. Hold on, I'm looking for another source on this. The Inside Gaming article is now gone. The only other place is. This seems to be the only article linking to it. I'm not seeing it pop up anywhere else. So, currently in... Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's weird. It's
yeah.
Gone.
All right. Oh, wait.
Maybe it's wrong.
Wait for a second source. GameSpot has it? Let me take a look.
Oh, yeah?
Let's see.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, here we go. 18 minutes ago, Ubisoft confirmed the cancellation of the early access during a Discord Q&A session.
Oh, okay.
Consequently, the price of the Shadows Collector's Edition is dropping from $280
to $230. Well, that's pretty nice of them. That's very generous of them.
My God.
I appreciate the $50 reduction. I don't know about you. That's pretty cool. All right. Well, there you go. So, yeah. Again, I feel like seasoning and you know, a little bit of salt and just all these things are preparing this cut of meat to be acquired.
I did not think that the Japan Assassin's Creed game was going to be a Hail Mary. We always talked about it at like 10 years back. It would be break glass in case of bad business. Here comes Assassin's Creed Japan.
Motherfucker.
But like it is simultaneous to like the fucking owners of the company talking about how they might go bankrupt.
It is the Assassin's Creed in Japan game starring Yasuke. Like, that's so what I wanted 20 years ago.
And then
I wanted nothing more than that 20 years ago.
So that they've delayed it, 4 months, 5 months now? But more importantly than that, removing the early access means they delayed it by 3 days because they need 3 more days. Dude, that's months from now. This shit must be on fire.
You ever go to break the glass and it just collapses because it's returned to being sand and dust?
Well, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of going to break the glass and your fist slashing your shit all up
and now you're
falling over and having to go to the hospital.
And now an artery is bleeding out. Mm-hmm. Well,
they waited so long that there is an existing game getting a sequel, which is their direct competitor. Like Ghost of Tsushima already exists. It doesn't just have to be better than the other Assassin's Creed games in Japan. It has to be better than this goddamn game that was held up as a Japanese cultural touchstone in the island it was set, despite the fact it was made by people on the West Coast.
I did see posts and stuff where people going, man, Ghosts of Yote have the opportunity to do something really funny. You know, and just get them in there.
I think the timing works out, actually.
If
Like the time period. I think it actually
Nobunaga
works.
and stuff. Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, there's always fucking the Neo Bear version, you know? But yeah.
So we got Like a Dragon is doing goddamn boats. And we've got Sucker Punch doing Assassin's Creed in Japan. Like, goddamn, did they wait too long? Like,
I mean,
holy shit.
You know, samurai action game is admittedly just is up there, and many people are going after the crown. But yeah, they just got there way too late, man. Incredible. Well, speaking of getting there too late and striking while the iron's cold, Brutal Legend turned 15, and
I wonder if a fan of the show, Riggs the Roadie, guy who talks up Brutal Legend every podcast, is here today.
For some reason, even though we brought it up a minute ago, it has come into discussions because they spoke to the Double Fine about it. There was the community rep and to Tim Schafer about Brutal Legend 2, and he had something to say. He said, people ask about Brutal Legend 2 all the time.
That's not true.
I believe that. That's fine. No, I believe that. People ask about Brutal Legend 2 all the time, and I'm torn about that. I know some of them want it with an evolution of the RTS stuff, and some of them want just God of War. See, I paused a little bit because I was hoping you would go, that's not true, after the RTS stuff sentence.
Yeah,
but
well,
it didn't happen. Some of them just want God of War with Eddie Riggs.
I would say that's a sizable portion of people.
Right now, this makes
yeah. I would say
yeah.
That is a Brutal Legends players.
Now, I understand the logic in making the second option, but I am much more excited about the first.
God. Fucking. You fucking Tim Schafer motherfucker. Oh my god.
Double down at Double Fine, baby. The RTS part. Yeah. The game that everyone thought they were getting. No, Bowie. I mean, shit. That's great. That's great. I appreciate that.
You know what it probably is? What it probably is that they don't know how to make a game that doesn't feel like shit to control. Like Double Fine is great for ideas and tone and like whimsy, but like their games all feel like shit.
See,
and if they made a God of War game of that style, it would probably be terrible.
See, I disagree. I just think they're uncompromising and unflinching in the vision. And I think the commitment to quadrupling down on the RTS is...
Dude, Psychonauts sucks. I'm going to fucking put my foot out there and fucking throw your tomatoes. Psychonauts is a fucking terrible game. It's fucking awful. It feels like shit. I didn't play Psychonauts 2, so I wouldn't be able to say it. Psychonauts 1 is fucking... You move around and you're just like, ugh.
So we woke up and we chose violence today. That's...
Hey!
I
Don't
see.
you calmly pack me under this bus. I'll throw you under there as well. I remember there was supposed to be a Psychonauts LP that got abandoned because you guys were both like, ugh.
It was going rough. It was going rough. There was an attempt. I feel like that would have been a game that, like, kind of like Brutal Legend. Now you'd be like, or even the what's the one with the two kids?
The Costume Quest?
No.
A Broken Age?
Yeah. Where it's one of those ones where you're like, you know, thinking about it in retrospect, it's like, okay, story, art style, characters, world, dialogue,
Great.
setting.
Great. I love it.
And then there's
Yeah, yeah, that's the Double Fine promise. You look at the trailers and you're like, wow, that looks so exciting. And then you get to play it and you're like,
Goku toys are fun to play with. I want to play with my toys. That's it. Don't worry about the versus mode. Shut up. Yeah. No, I couldn't speak to much on it, to be honest, but I do know that at least as far as Brutal Legend goes, it's like if they tried again and like
yeah.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I have a new wrinkle to throw in there.
I'm trying to
ready for
work the angles on. Yeah, okay. All right.
All right, so Double Fine starts making Brutal Legend 2. First part, very important, have to get the soundtrack right. It's vital. It's like it's the single most important thing about the game. Soundtrack has to be right. So what do? They upfront buy the rights to this, and that. Get all the soundtrack. Then they start to work on it. And just like every project they've made in the past like 10 years, they run out of money halfway through. Broken Age and Psychonauts 2, they just made them shit and ran out of money. The only reason those games got fucking funded and finished is because Microsoft bought them. And we know how Microsoft feels about putting money into non-surefire hits now.
While I couldn't speak to it myself, a lot of folks are saying that Psychonauts 2 was really good.
Yeah, no, it's the one I haven't played. People are saying it controls well. If that's the case, I'm very interested. But I feel the movement in Psychonauts 1 just made me just turn it off immediately. I was like, no, thank you.
Yeah. But there's always like with each of these things I'm thinking back on, I'm like, oh, but there was like charm in these cool little things.
Oh,
but
absolutely. Double Fine is defined by their charm.
It's so yeah, and
like Costume Quest is a really boring RPG that came out on Xbox Live Arcade, but it was really charming.
I didn't think it was boring.
You were charmed.
I was charmed. Yes, I was charmed. With all of these,
with whimsy,
with all of these games, I am charmed by all of these games. Yes, that's basically the deal. That's where it stands. But it is super true that we tried to LP it and we got a couple hours in and it was rough.
I will say though, there's a different problem with Brutal Legend 2, and the problem is that the number one way you advertise your game nowadays is the person talking right now or the person I'm talking to right now. Is you throw that at people like us and you have them stream it. And Brutal Legend specifically has a very, very, very big problem with being streamed.
So, yeah. Now here's the thing, Hi-Fi Rush and Guardians of the Galaxy skirt this by having original awesome music that makes those moments, I know, like possible by having like just good enough original music. However, Brutal Legend.
Oh wait, no. Before we even get there, Hi-Fi Rush did an excellent job. I prefer most of the new compositions over the original songs. There's a couple that I think the original songs, like the licensed tracks, are better. Mm-hmm. But overall, I actually prefer to play on the original soundtrack. Mm-hmm. Guardians of the Galaxy just goes dead ass silent on half the times a licensed music is supposed to play. There is original music for a bunch of it, but there's like sequences in which there's no music at all.
Okay,
at all.
So when it when I was hearing about that game and specifically for like streaming it and LPing purposes, I remember being like hearing that, I was like, it's got a really great original soundtrack if you have to turn the license music off.
It absolutely does. But when you do like a chase section in the early game,
there's just not
it's
enough
supposed
of
to be
it.
like there's just nothing.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it feels really weird and awful.
Okay. Well, in either way, the point I was getting at is that none of that works for Brutal Legend, where it's like it's Lemmy. Look, it's actually him. You know, the point of the Motorhead thing doesn't work if you're listening to Hodermed, you know?
I feel like Hi-Fi Rush is actually as close as what almost anyone ever wanted out of Brutal Legend. Like the tone of, like, it's not metal, right? It's just general like rock and pop and whatnot. But like, that's what I kind of wanted out of Brutal Legend all that time ago.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, any game, any kind of thing that's like, even if you work with a band on, you know, and it's real, it's got like a licensed music or whatever. This is just like, it's a streaming platform fucking problem. It sucks, you know. There's just it's a garbage system that doesn't allow exceptions for even when the rights holders give the okay. 'Cause people get fucking takedowns on their own shit, you know. This is something where we're describing obviously a niche problem that we have doing this particular job, but like if Twitch and YouTube got better at this, then it would not be a problem.
Right, so here's a really good example, right? Paige is playing New Vegas this week on Wednesday. Come see it. And Paige wants to listen to the fucking radio in that game because that's like a very significant part of playing a modern style Fallout game. So we've been hemming and hawing about what to do about that. And the solution we've reached at is catch it live. Watch that shit live. Because we can't guarantee how much or how little of those streams will be muted.
So there is a really complicated system you can implement. I mean, okay, mine is probably the most complicated because I literally simultaneously record a second source.
Yeah, you have the most complicated setup.
Yeah, but there is a way that OBS can do a local recording that mutes the local
but
game
then
thing.
The game audio is muted.
It plays on stream live, but you get a version that like is safely removing that track for anyway, whatever. You can jump through.
Yeah, but it would still remove all the game audio from. So it would be Paige like sitting there watching people talk for minutes at a time. You know,
if you're gonna watch it after the fact, it would suck. Yes, 1,000,000%. It's kind of, you know, as I'm talking about this now, I'm kind of realizing like. Think about how much more effort. I mean, in Hi-Fi Rush's case, it worked out, but think about how much more work it has all these games doing to create an original soundtrack to get around this problem, because the problem has been there for so long. It's been there for the entire generation and then some. And like the solution would be for Twitch and YouTube to get their shit together, right? And for DMCA to actually, and for DCMA to no,
I don't want to.
Oh,
it's hard.
I was about to go. Why the? I just did the same thing to you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why not? God damn it!
It's hard.
What do you mean no? Shit. Yes. Okay. It literally. Yeah. I
don't want to have to do it.
I got upset. All right. Yeah, no, you just fix that, and now games don't have to fucking create a second soundtrack entirely. Oh my god. All right.
Isn't this fun?
Like the argument is so childlike that like you can hear them saying it. You can hear them standing there fucking in Congress just going, no,
I don't want to do it.
Sony Music, BMG, Universal Music Group, and fucking Persona Stars Russia. Whatever the fuck that was.
Definitely very real. Extremely real.
The reality TV show from Moscow, Persona Stars Russia, has claimed your video.
Did it? Is that real?
Yeah. All right. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right. We got one coming in here from Duke who says, "Hey there, right and left hands of the Forbidden One." I like that. Are doors part of a room or between two rooms?
Fuck off. Fuck off.
This might seem like a silly question. However, I recently tried the new Destiny raid, and this became a humorous point of contention between the party as it spiraled into a faction war, and multiple groups were I lead the doors are between rooms faction, and everyone else is saying a door is part of a room. So
No.
which is the right side of history?
Doors are part of the wall.
I agree with that. That's not wrong.
Walls are not part of the room. The interior of the room is everything from the edge of the wall.
Now you're fucking crazy. I was following along. No, I think both rooms have the door, and the door exists owned by both rooms, and each room has a door in it, and that's
All right.
it.
You know what?
And the door is connected.
There's a way to split the middle. There's a way to split the middle here. A door is part of the room that it opens into.
No, because not every room opens or closes in that way. Some doors are just a transitional space that goes both ways. It's not always.
And that room, that door is in both rooms.
No, yeah, it is in both. Yes,
simultaneously.
Yes,
it's in a door super state.
Yes, doors can simultaneously exist between two rooms. End of discussion. It's not that. It's actually
okay. So wait, hold on. We need. There's not going to be a clarification in here. But are we talking about the physical door or like the frame? Because like a door, when you swing it, like if I swing in my bedroom door into my bedroom, the door is literally inside the room. But are they talking about the door, like the doorway, or like the door?
Okay, so they actually there's photos of this part in Destiny.
Oh, fucking send me the fucking photos.
And then
send me the photos.
Okay. So there's a screenshot here. Let me see what the best way to do this would be. And it's a screenshot of a Discord conversation where the OP is saying, I refuse to believe what I said was crazy. Encounter one of new raid. You told me to look for something in the center you told me to look for something in the center room, and I got confused because I was supposed to be looking at the doors and not what was in the room itself. So we have some the dispute was over where the person was supposed to look. Here is the screenshot in question.
Definitely need the screenshot really bad.
Okay. And let me see if I can find a way to pull this up for people.
Oh.
Do you understand what you're looking at? The circle is for the area in question. So so just discussing it as a topic.
The one on the left is a door. The one on the right is a hallway.
Okay, so just discussing it as a topic, just conceptual door, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Because these are door frames. These don't swing out. So we're talking about doorways.
Okay. I think that the concept of the door is attached to both rooms, and if you had to draw an atomic invisible divider between the two spaces, a door is a liminal space, but it still exists as a property of both rooms. I have no problem with that classification as a whole. Now, as to the language telling the person where to look, well, you can fucking be more precise with your language.
Okay. I think I figured out a solution that'll make everybody happy. I genuinely think I have. Stop playing Destiny 2.
Okay. There you have it.
Stop it.
Dispute solved.
Thank you.
We got one coming in from Weenie who says, "Hello, Shadow Versus and Angriest Stares At."
Hey, man.
So, okay, mainly directed at Wooly here, but hypothetical scenario where you decided to play Nocturne HD.
Yeah.
Which version do you play? On the one hand, you recently experienced Raido Kuzunoha, and you know him as the new hotness from that LP. On the other hand, Dante from the Devil May Cry series is so iconic for this crossover, so specifically it would be a shame to not experience it. Hypothetically, what would you pick?
The new version on PC has the ability to choose your skills when you fuse.
I mean, Heart defaults Dante, but Raido is fucking rad. So I would want to see the difference in both characters and what they played like and what they could do. Like, just in case, for some reason, Raido played and was way better than Dante as a party member.
I think they're the same. I think they're exactly the same.
But holy shit, like, Dante just is the default pick. Unless Raido can sell me, I'll pull me off of that. You know, I can be convinced. I'm open to discussion, but I'm defaulting to Dante. And yes, there is the part where Raido does belong in that world a bit better. You know?
A little bit.
Is there a mod to get both?
Hold on, give me a second.
Can you just fucking...
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute.
Can't you just literally best of both worlds?
Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne HD Remix Maniacs pack for $13.49. Relive the original version. Adds a mode where Raido Kuzunoha is replaced by none other than Dante of Devil May Cry fame.
Oh, then they just play with both.
You can only select this mode when starting a new game.
Okay, well then yeah, we get some fucking mods out, and you don't make me choose shit. How about that?
Oh, this is an official DLC. This you don't even need to mod it.
But you have to pick one of the two.
Yeah, that's right.
But I'm saying get a mod going, and now you just get both.
I don't think that works like that.
You can't tell me what to do.
Direct replacement. They're the same character. It's just the visual is different.
Don't say no. What are you, Atlas? Am I about to fucking yell at you as as the living incarnation?
We don't besmirch our fucking benevolent benefactor, amazing company Atlas in this podcast anymore. They are our good friends, and we love them. Game of the year metaphor every year. Just keep re-releasing it.
They never took too long to release a thing that everybody wanted on PC ever.
Oh, they definitely didn't.
All right, last one from Q says, "Hey, Big W."
God damn it, just threatened them at fucking Vanillaware to fucking put 13 Sentinels on a computer.
Hey, Big W and Little P. Over the years, I got to listen to a bunch of potential rosters for MVC4, but your commitment to CVC made me interested. Yes, there was a whole bit about that because everyone was doing their magical Marvel roster. And I said, I had a little clip where I said, you don't want me to bum you out because my answer to that is to take the Marvel half and dump it in the trash.
Throw it right in the trash.
And then Reggie went, so you'd put the gauntlet on and just...
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it was great. So if it did happen and you made your fan roster or whatever, what would your weirdo pick be? Right, so it's like, okay, we don't have to do the whole thing, but just what's your weirdo pick for a Capcom versus Capcom? I think I have two answers that I feel like cover your base as well here. I think Hakan in hyper Marvel kind of form.
Oh yeah,
would be interesting.
Oiled,
or oiled and extra oiled makes him insane. I think could be a fun thing to explore. See, the thing is that, like, I wouldn't say Gene from God Hand is a weirdo pick because that's just an awesome, cool pick. So you'd want, like, if we're talking about, like, freak weirds, you know.
I have two picks.
Okay. I have another two as well. But
number one would be Missile.
Yep, sure.
From Ghost Trick.
Interesting. I was wondering if there was a way to get, like, Dog in there, like RE Dog or you know, Phoenix Wright Missile even. Anyway,
he's the best dog. And my ultimate weirdo pick as a straight up joke character who is objectively terrible and who sucks. I would nominate Keiji Inafune.
Eiji Kinafune.
Yeah, Eiji Kinafune.
Yes.
And he's dressed up in like the rags of bad box art Mega Man.
When he dies, he fades away to 0, but then like he fades back in with his ass up on the ground.
No. He's got no. He's got bad box art Mega Man, but the suit is down, so it's like around his waist, like in his he's naked from the waist up, and he's got an American flag on his back.
Ooh. Eiji Kinafune. I think that's a slam dunk. I think Dr. Wily having to jump into dumb robots and flip out beams and guns and shit could be fun. Kind of like the way Arthur jumps around, you know? And I think something creative could be done with an enemy that is just literally a pack of zombies. I think it would be so fun to have a character that was just
like the enemy is the T-virus.
It is the virus, and a pack of zombies are attacking, but they can shoot. They can regroup and get bigger. A dog can rush out. A licker can jump out sometimes, and
honestly, you could probably. This is really similar to Jill's Marvel.
So Jill is like they come out and chase after her. Yeah, but I mean, you're playing as the virus infecting and coming out. And it
bums me out because Jill in MVC2 has tons of love put into that character. It's unique assets, and she's got tons of shit, and she sucks so bad.
But it's real cool when Tyrant jumps out.
It is really cool when Tyrant jumps out.
Yeah. Fucking crows and leeches and all of it. Just part of this one group of enemies that you can play as. I think that would be a lot of fun. All right. There you go.
Stop playing Destiny 2.